John Turner in fourth, Brad Ruman in third, and he gets heads up with Mike Watson again.
So sick. What, like, how is that happen?
I don't know, like off the top of my head, all the tournaments in the past that these two have been heads up in, but they've been some big ones, and Mercier just seems to dominate them. I think he's won them all, right? Poor Mike Watson.
From my memory, absolutely, yeah, no joke, man. I mean, how does it feel to be Mike Watson seeing your heads up opponent be like, again?
Yeah,
I know this time I'll get you. This time I'll get you. Not this time, unfortunately, Mike.
Mike Watson, runner up for $93,000. Jason Mercier taking it down for $151,000, and his sixth WSOP bracelet. Sean Deeb captured his sixth earlier in the series. These are two guys, both of them, that are going to be joining this backlog of Poker Hall of Fame nominations, unless we get some changes in that process, which, I'm sure Mr. Negreanu is going to advocate for.
Offhand, do you know how old Mercier is?
I really don't offhand.
Yeah, I don't think he's 40. I think he's a little under, but
yeah, I want to say like 35 to 40 range, man, in between.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door. It's gonna be close.
And I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer for what it's worth.
I mean, all right. So the ladies event kicked off yesterday, and how are we not surprised? Record-breaking numbers. I mean, this is the world we live in, Chad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 1,295 runners over a $1.1 million prize pool. I don't think any men this year tainted it by paying $10,000 to enter, right?
No, they're all in the ladies' bathroom. That's where those men are.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my goodness, this summer's been insane.
The security needs to lock that down a little
Please.
bit. It looks like as we're recording this, it is hand-for-hand play, so they're on the money bubble.
Let's go.
As we're recording this. And it's just exciting to see. I walked through the field yesterday, saw a bunch of, the Jamie Kerstetters, kind of England, a bunch of the females just having a good time. You've seen it on social media. It was a special event. I think the only complaint that I seen was that it was so large, it had to be split up between the Paris and the horseshoe side, whereas they would have loved it to be under one roof. Right. I think in the future, they'll probably make that change, because yesterday was just crazy between the massive turnout in the ladies event, but massive turnout in the $1,000 Super Turbo Bounty. WSOP had their hands full.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything I've seen has been very positive, as it always is, though. Like, this is the event that so many ladies come out for, and they, it's WSOP is summer camp. The ladies event is their summer camp as well. And so with the special WPT cash game they had, the Mimosa meetup game, that was a big blast I heard about with the WPT people hosting it. I mean, it's just a great week. It always feels like it's just a more fun, relaxed celebration. And so very happy to see the record be broken with 1295.
There's some big names still left in there. I'm looking over the chip counts on PokerNews.com right now. Lisa Roberts, Karina Jett, Samantha Abernathy, all still there battling. And like I said, about 200 players left on the money bubble. This is going to be a good one. I don't know. Ruth Hall is still in there. We're both very familiar with Ruth Hall. She's a crusher.
Yeah.
Nancy Birnbaum, who is near and dear to my heart. Good luck to them all. And Katie Stone's there as well.
So get this. Greg Raymer has won 2 events this week. Not World Series of Poker events, but Greg Raymer is in the City of Sin, and he is making his way around town. He won an event on Tuesday night at the Resorts World. They're one of their dailies, I believe, or maybe it's a $200 buy-in. But he also picks up the Seniors Champion event yesterday at Golden Nugget. I mean, whoa, hey. Pretty Greg Raymer. He
shows that he can still win. He won Robbie's Mixed Game Festival mixed tournament a year or two ago for a platinum pass.
Yeah,
I remember that. Greg Raymer, I got to give Greg credit. I've always liked Greg. I think he's been a great ambassador for the game. Next year will mark the 20th anniversary of his win.
Yeah,
right. And he's just remained relevant. He's been around. He's always friendly with the fans. He's always taking pictures, signing autographs. He's playing
signing fossils.
Yep, signing his fossils.
Oh yeah,
playing stakes from, like you said, the dailies at the Resorts World to he's probably going to play the WSOP main event. I'm going to assume again.
Doubt, right? Yeah.
And so just credit to Greg Raymer there, and I do love to see him win. I love the photo here of him at the Golden Nugget because it's got the PokerNews Cup sign. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but he's down there doing his thing, and it's just always good, in my opinion, to see Greg win because while he might not have had a boom like Chris Moneymaker, he was part of that growth, that expansion, right? 2004 was the year after Moneymaker won, and we all remember Raymer defeating David Williams heads up in that whole final table.
And this year, Greg Raymer has had 8 cashes on his head of in 2023. Only 2 of those are WSOP cashes, and this doesn't include the 2 we just talked about. Resorts and Golden Nugget are not on there yet. He's won at the Win. Or not won. He's cashed at the Win. Cashed the Gulf Coast Poker, Pearl River Poker Open, the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, of course, and the Mid Atlantic Poker Open in Hanover. I mean, yeah, like you said, he's not shying away at all. He's definitely out there playing, and it's a lot of fun. I think it's great. So I'm happy to see him with the success, man.
Yeah, me too. Well, we mentioned the PokerNews Cup,
Speaking
Jesse.
of success, holy
I know.
shit, dude.
You were
Holy
there.
shit,
I
was
haven't been there yet.
Oh my gosh.
Tell them about it. Tell
Man
'em.
alive. Okay, I guess it's just a mystery bounty is what we needed to do. So last year we hosted our first PokerNews Cup at Golden Nugget. $1,100 buy-in, just a no limit hold'em event with a day 2 and day 3 broadcast.
$1 million guarantee.
$1 million guarantee, yes. And then we hit, I think it was 1.2.
Mhm.
It was what was cool. It was the largest prize pool ever for the Golden Nugget with its storied history. Very nice. Okay, 185 runners on day 1A. So this year our hope was to hit that, maybe a little bit more, but we kind of were worried. We were a little bit worried. There were some posters made that didn't say Mr. Bounty. It was a little like, oh, do they know? Do they know that's a Mr. Bounty? Yes, they did, because we had 500 entries yesterday.
That's crazy.
We nearly tripled our day 1A from last year. We have over 300 already just an hour after it started.
More than so. This I just messaged we were talking.
Yeah.
A reporter there, because he said it was 15 minutes ago 369 so far.
Okay.
So it's got to be more than that.
So
we're knocking on the door 400 already.
We're more than likely going to hit. So we need 1,035, I think it is, to hit the guarantee. Right. It sounds like we're going to hit that today. So that means that tomorrow's day 1C is just gravy.
Yeah, which is
just
always
pouring gravy
going to be the biggest
that.
and best as it is.
Oh my goodness, this could hit 2 million, dude. How sick would that be?
Jesse and I are going to be down there almost daily, especially for day 2. You're going to do the envelope mystery bounty draws.
I'll be doing the bounty pools.
I'll do commentary on the final table.
We'll do final table. I'll be commentary with you on day 3.
Yeah. On day 2, I'll do feature tables, not final tables.
Yeah,
exactly. And day 3. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
The best part that I keep trying to tell people about is this sweat cam whole idea that we're doing, where you have an overhead camera where you pull the envelope and a camera on your face. The stream's gonna be sick. If you can't make it out, please tune in with us and watch. I think we're gonna have it on YouTube and Twitch. That way it can live on YouTube forever.
Right. Because
we want that history. While Twitch, it kind of disappears after a few months. So make sure to tune in, hang out with us, talk to Chad. He'll be in the chat. We'd love to see you guys support the PokerNews Cup. It'll be a lot of fun.
Get down.
Come play.
Yeah. Golden Nugget, downtown. Only poker room downtown Vegas.
How about this Player of the Year race?
It's tight.
How
it's
about
back and forth.
Dude, I mean, it's just nonstop psycho.
Yeah.
It's just psycho. So yeah, the numbers right now, which are not up to date because Matakis made a deep cash last night. But as of right now, Sean Deeb holds the lead by 20 points at 33.58. Ian Matakis is at 33.38.
But with points coming, as you said.
Yeah. Okay. Chad, who the hell is Ian Matakis?
So Ian Matakis is a guy we've known about in the Midwest for a long, long time. He's from Minnesota. When I worked for the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT, he was there, and he was kind of like the new young guy. He's going to be the next big thing, right? I think he might have got coaching or learned a little bit under Ku Vang, who is largely regarded as one of Minnesota's best poker players. He's an MSPT Hall of Famer, just won the largest poker tournament in Michigan history, the MSPT, Michigan State Championship, earlier this year. Ku Vang is a crusher, and Ian Matakis, I think, a little bit of a protege. And here he is making a name for himself at the 2023 WSOP. Primarily, he's not a mixed game guy. He's playing no limit events. He does online, he does it live, and he's going toe to toe with Sean Deeb, who plays everything, mixed games and what have you. It's just very rare for us to see a no limit hold'em specialist contending for WSOP Player of the Year.
He's got 15 cashes.
Yeah.
And a bracelet. Okay, well, he is playing some PLO at least. Played the online PLO 8 max and finished in 17th. He played the, what was the other PLO? PLO 8-handed 1K unmade, came in 282nd. So he doesn't do the crazy mix, right? The 2 to 7 triple draw, the stud, 8 or better. He doesn't do those, but man,
we want you to know him. I've tasked one of our writers, John Sofin, to write a feature article about Ian Matakis so the poker world can get to know him a little bit better. Maybe he'll be a feature guest on the show here, and we'll have to wait and see. But let's not cut out Chad Eveslage, who won 2 bracelets early on. We thought he was a favorite. He jumped up into 3rd place, 2,745 points after another deep run.
That's pretty wild. So we got Mike Massal making that 2nd place finish this past week. He makes another deep run, man. Another stud high-low 8 final table.
Yeah, just a few days later, which was pretty impressive. Obviously, 7-card stud high-low is one of his best tournaments. His last bracelet back in 2013 was in the $5,000 7-card stud high-low 8 or better. I was there for that one. It was pretty exciting. And here he is making 2 final tables in that variant. Welty's being nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame. That's good for his cause, for sure.
Got to be good for his cause. Yeah. I know the way our show works is their interview with Daniel's gonna come after this, but we already had it. Just be transparent with you guys. And let's just go ahead and say it. Daniel does not think he's gonna make it in. And I mean, I guess Daniel has a better pulse of what's going on than I do. But man, I mean, it feels like Mike's really making this year as much as he can.
I think Mike. The only thing, nothing against Mike, like he's doing everything he can this year,
for
right?
sure.
It's just that Ryan Rast happened to win the 50K Poker Players Championship for the 3rd time and is nominated. It's going to be hard to overcome that, I think, is the gist of it. But it is good to see Mattisau succeeding, and I understand that there's supposed to be a documentary coming out about him later this year too. So right now things are looking pretty good for Mattisau, and he's, in my opinion, kind of staying out of the limelight for all the wrong reasons, which he doesn't always do.
Let me ask you, what would it take to get Mike Mattisau in the Hall of Fame this year? What would have to happen to his resume?
I mean, we just talked about the main event and having a big name pro
win
that.
If Mike wins it or makes the final table,
I think would be great. Remember when he made the final table in 2005 was like one of his most iconic moments.
100%.
If he were to win a bracelet, I think that certainly could help, but it would be a tight race, I think, right now, because Rast is just so strong, as Negreanu will highlight. It just
how about 3 more final tables? How about 3 more deep runs? Was that enough?
I don't think so. No, not
4,
this year.
4, 5?
No.
Okay. Wow.
One bracelet worth all those.
Yikes. Yeah. Okay. High stakes duel for the rematch of Doug Polk and Down the Ground.
Chad and Chesney Poker Show.
That's right, dude. Now we get to do it over an actual poker table, which is great. There are 31 players remaining at this point. We're going to see a redraw at 27. We'll have a whole brand new table. But let's go ahead and jump into this hand. We've got Pierce over there in the hijack with the ace-8 offsuit, thinking about it.
Pierce has been fairly active at this final table. Not the sort of player that passes up on an ace from what we have seen. Nectarios has been very active at this final table. Had a great bluff earlier on. Lost some just before the dinner break when Johnny there, who just folded on the button, was on a heater, and he is the chip leader right now at this final table. In the short stack, Brent Burrows out of Michigan just has to fold his big blind there. You can see between the big blind and the big blind ante down to 575,000, which at this point is 7 bigs. You can see the blinds there have went up to 50,000, 75,000 with a 75,000 ante. So a single orbit here is costing each player 200,000.
That's right. Hey, we are live on YouTube and Twitch. So I want to say hi to people in chat. What's up, Eric Comp over on YouTube? How's it going, Kyle Anderson, 1030 Kyle's part of our PokerNews stream team out there in Canada. What's up, Suns in 4? Thanks for watching, guys. We are live here with you until the final table. Ace King looks pretty nice there.
Viet Vo just ditching the deuces, first to act under the gun. Carl Mann, Ace King is keeping in line with his solid play. He's only shown down premium hands.
As you should when there's so much money up top, my goodness.
We return to day 2 at noon local time with 292 returning players down to just 31 at this point. No doubt everybody hoping to get that $50,000 bounty, but there is plenty up for grabs. $218,000 reserved for the winner. The top 3 finishers each going to get a 6-figure prize.
Oh, yeah. So nice. Chad, the guy who took home the 25K bounty, he had busted a few minutes before, I think taking him around 3 or 4K, and we had to make him wait for 15 minutes because we were waiting for dinner break to try to get a few people to go live. And yeah, he waited, and then the very first thing he did was pull that 25K, and it was so nice. Such nice. Did you guys get to see it?
We didn't get to see that one, unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunate.
It's funny because, most people wait to the break to draw. There have been occasions where players went up and redeemed, and we could tell on the stream when that was happening because all the players at the table would turn around.
Oh, yeah.
They'd want to see what was happening.
Yeah, for sure.
Nectarios is going to look down at Jack 10 suited. Based upon what we've seen from him at this feature table, this is the sort of hand he is going to play, especially when he can open with it from middle position. And
oh yeah,
yep. And that's something that we've been seeing a lot of, Jesse, especially with this feature table in particular, is the general open is just been the min raise.
I mean, that's my move. I love min raises personally. and so it's nice to see I'm making the right decisions.
Well, this looks
Oh,
like
man.
it is going
All
to
right,
clear the
yeah.
field, and now we've seen something we haven't seen a lot of, and that's raise and take it,
Yeah,
back-to-back
there's
ones there.
They're
You
just
can
getting back from break.
Right.
They gotta shake the dust off. It's been a while.
And you see a big chip disparity right now. The chip's pretty well spread out throughout this final table. 2 big stacks, a few middling stacks, a bunch of short stacks. That hasn't always been the case. But as these blinds and antes, well, blinds and big blind ante continue to go up, we're seeing the chips move around a little bit more.
Chad, you do anything fun on break? We're in downtown Las Vegas.
I decided, let me brave the heat. Let me go outside. Let me walk down
Ooh.
Fremont Street a little bit. And, it's always a circus act in a good way. I love Fremont Street. But you go out there and it's the crowds, it's the entertainment. You got to navigate, you got to zig, you got to zag to get through the crowd. But I went down to the Container Park, which is on the far end of Fremont Street.
Yeah.
And went to this vintage shop where I bought a shirt.
Nice, very nice.
Not a nice shirt like the dealers get here with the PokerNews Cup.
Chris is gonna let go of the 10 deuce.
It's been interesting here. Brent Burrows holds to him in the cutoff, and he is the short stack with about 7 bigs. Suited ace. Let's see if he's going to jam it, and he is. It's a tough spot, right? In a normal tournament, it's an easy jam, but given the bounty aspect here, the other players are incentivized to call, especially with a $50,000 bounty still out there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Action on Dion on the button. We do not know what his cards are right now. If he ends up moving in himself or calling, obviously there'll be a showdown and we'll get to see him. Vietvo, we know, is in the small blind with 10-4 offsuit and likely not going to get engaged in this hand. Carl Mann in the big blind, yet to act as well. Dion has proven to be a very deliberate player. Takes his time, made an excellent call with just ace high for his tournament life earlier today.
I mean, he's only got 1.3 million. You don't want to put too much of a stack in, especially when the big blind may have a. I just can't see how much the big blind's sitting with.
And look at that. Brent
Oh.
Burrows is going to be happy
Wow.
to get that one through. Very rare for the short stack to get a shove through here with the bounty aspect.
No kidding.
But just so happens all 3 of his opponents had squadoosh.
So Chad, I haven't had a chance to watch much of the broadcast yet. Being out there doing the bounty pulls. Were you able to see the sweat cam as we were trying to make it? Were you able to actually?
Yeah, we could, and it worked out really well. I think one of the things I joked about with the other 2 guest hosts was it'd be fun next year to do like 101,000 as the top bounty, because when you're pulling it and you see the 1, you're like, okay, it's 1,000, right?
Yeah,
you're looking
sure.
for another 0, but you could tease it an extra level by
that'll be
putting another 1 there.
So those are some great ideas, man. Yeah, for sure. 101,500. I mean, the whole thing. Let's take all those small bounties and just make them fun as well. That'd be great.
I remember seeing a couple of people who weren't so patient. They were just like ripping them open, and you're like, okay, well, there's $1,000 for you. There was the one guy who was taking way too long to peel it out, and he had 3 of them, and you're like, all right, guy, come on, we gotta get this show going.
Like, listen,
You're gonna have 3 zeros. Like we're gonna guaranteed 3 zeros.
He was trying to sweat the second one. I'm like, no, don't do this, please. Don't sweat that second 0. Kyle Anderson with the raid. What's up, dude? Thanks so much, buddy. Kyle Anderson, 1030 again over there on Twitch, is a fantastic friend from old days at Runner Reno. Kyle streams now, play on Global Poker, a great site that we are very good friends with. But yeah, if you're watching right now here on Twitch, check out Kyle Anderson's channel. Give him a quick follow over there on YouTube. If you want to go crazy and type in twitch.tv/Kyle Kyle Anderson, 10:30. It'd be nice. Hey, Ziggy over on YouTube. This is at the Golden Nugget. We are in the ballroom. Yes, sir.
And for those who just joined us, this is the 2023 PokerNews Cup, and it was $1,100 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed mystery bounty. Absolutely crushed it. 2,331 entries, created a prize pool of $2.26 million. That is a record. The largest ever prize pool at the Golden Nugget.
And it's insane that we the PokerNews Cup made the record last year with a number nowhere close to this. What was our record last year?
1.2 million. So
I mean,
almost double.
How insane is that we broke the record and we
in back-to-back years.
But we didn't just break it, we ruined it.
Yeah. In a venue that dates back to 1946. So this is interesting. We still have one big bounty out there, $50,000. Mystery bounty is the top one. Still remaining, there were a pair of $100,000 ones that were drawn earlier. But of course, there is also the regular prize pool. The winner of this tournament slated to win $218,000. There are 31 players remaining. Our plan is to play down to the final table. I don't know if this is a final table of 9 or 10, Jesse. I forgot to ask.
I mean, if this takes too long, it will be a final table of 12, Chad.
That's true.
I'm going to go out there and be like, listen, I don't care. I have to go home. I have to get some sleep.
Yeah, the plan is to return tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time to play down to a winner. You can also follow along via live updates on PokerNews.com. Our reporters Liam Gannon and Callum Grant have been here from the start and will be here till the end doing updates from the outer tables right now and, of course, tomorrow's final table. You had Chris here essentially raising all in, going to take it down.
Yeah. With the king queen. Very nice, very nice. Kyle, do you have a brother who also plays poker? It's a question from Don Clemente? I don't know what we're doing here. This is the kind of last name that I'd be like, Chad helped. Chad, how long have we been live?
Well, we started the live stream at 2 p.m. It's almost 9 p.m. here. Did have the dinner break in, but 7 hours since we started.
That's fun, man.
There's been some, I think the general consensus between myself, Nathan Gamble, who first joined me, and Aaron Baroni is the quality and level of play is much higher than any of us anticipated. It's been pretty impressive to see.
Yeah. But I mean, look at the player field, man. I saw a Triple Crown winner. We saw bracelet winners out there in the field. I mean, it was not wasn't a marshmallow pit, buddy. This was definitely even just the names we saw were big.
Yeah.
Chris with the aces, American Airlines, Pocket Rockets, the Blades.
Just the hand before, he essentially moved all in. Now under the gun raise. Going to look extremely strong, and so far it's cleared the field all the way to Johnny in the big blind.
Johnny's got a healthy stack behind him. Got Chris covered by quite a bit. We can't see Johnny's cards, unfortunately. This is the, what would this be, the Jack Link?
Yeah, the mystery hand. Oh, he's going to jam it all in, and Chris is going to double.
Chris is going to double check.
Wait, what? Well, Chris clearly did not have aces right there.
Yeah, that was not aces folded, guys. That was RFID card error right there. Interesting.
Okay, true story. Raise the 150.
I do apologize there for the error. Obviously, he did not have pocket aces, or he would have been more than happy to get those chips in there.
Don on Twitch says, well, aces is just a pair. Yeah, it's true, Don, but no chance that that's what that gentleman just mucked. No chance in hell. I mean, these cards are RFID cards, of course, that we have to scan and make sure the computer matches. And sometimes, based on how the dealer puts cards over the box. Sometimes things can be misread. So we do apologize for that. If we see more errors like this going forward tonight, we'll ask them to change decks because they do have a few decks prepared. So we'll keep our eyes peeled.
So far, this hand looks like it adds up. Carl Mann opening with ace-queen. Johnny going to call out of the small blind with a suited ace. And Chris has enough. Queen 10 offsuit. He's already invested. A min-raised hand getting the right price to see a flop. And a decent flop here for Johnny. Flops the diamond flush draw. He's going to check it. Not much there for Chris. He checks it over to Carl Mann, who has the nut no pair, and he's going to put in the continuation bet. Just 100,000. Johnny not going anywhere. Chris ditches his queen 10, and it's going to be heads up to the turn. Offsuit 4 gives both players a gut shot wheel draw to a 3. Johnny checks his straight and flush draw. Let's see what Carl wants to do here. He's represented strength throughout with the pre-flop raise, the continuation bet on the flop. And he is going to keep the pressure on. 400,000.
Oh, yeah.
And not enough to shake Johnny. He is going to call. He's got a lot of outs. 12 of them. And that is not one of them, however. Ace-queen right now, the best hand. So only way that Johnny is going to win this is if he bluffs at it. He does not. He checks it now. Be interesting to see what Carl Mann does here. We know he has the best hand, but he doesn't.
Right.
Up and against an opponent in the small blind, could have a huge range. Thinking maybe, does he have a 5? Do I have to blow him off a 5 here? Does he have a king? Would I be able to shake him off a king? Probably not. And he checks it back, and he's going to be happy with the result.
No kidding, he will be.
He thought he was probably waving the white flag, and he's going to be very happy to just pull that $1.5 chip pot in.
Yeah, 1.5 million going his way with a nice check back. All right.
And there you can see with that pot, Carl Mann is going to take over the chip lead just slightly ahead of Johnny. Now, we mentioned it earlier, Nathan Gamble and I, Jesse, but we know that you were there. Earlier today, the World Series of Poker had the celebration of life for Doyle Brunson. Can you tell the listeners who might not have been privy to that what it was like?
Yeah, for sure. This took place at the Horseshoe property at the Jubilee Theater that usually has some sort of rotating show, I believe, in there. But it's right on the casino floor, right by the Hall of Fame poker room there at Horseshoe. So walked in, the seats were full. I mean, it was great. A full house. You had a nice open floor on the ground right in front of the stage with tables that had, I mean, everybody in poker. You had 3 tables of WPT guys, including Adam Piliska, and of course, Matt Savage. You had some their ambassadors like Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi. Then you also had WSOP, of course, Jack Effel and Greg Schoen, and Norman Chad was over there. I mean, it was awesome to see all. I mean, Norman. Let's see who else: Negranu, Helmuth, David Williams, Jack Binion, Dewey Tomko, Lyle Berman. I mean, it was really impressive. Everybody came. Of course, everyone loves Doyle. And what this event was about just an hour long with some videos. There's a great documentary they've been working on for a long time that they started showing clips from, of Doyle telling his story and Doyle telling what he cares about late in life and things like that. And how do you want to be remembered? What do you want your legacy to be? Great questions like that. It was really, really wonderful. Not only that did you get to see some video, but also some stories from people like Todd Brunson, Daniel and Phil, of course. My favorite though was who used to host High Stakes Poker? Gabe Kaplan.
Gabe Kaplan, yeah.
My God, Gabe had everyone rolling. He told some. I mean, he was telling like stories, but mixed it with jokes type of thing, and just. I mean, it was almost like a roast for Doyle. it was brutal, but gosh, man, it was so much fun.
Interesting hand here. You had Johnny raise it on the button, and the short stack Brent Burrows defended from the big blind, and then flops top pair, checks it. Johnny checked behind, and now an ace on the turn. So Brent, no doubt, was loving the flop, not so much the turn, but it does go check, check. And a 10 on the river, kind of a scary card. I think we're going to see another check out of Brent, hoping to get to showdown. We do not know Johnny's cards. A 9 here would make a straight. And he is. Johnny is going to bet enough to set Brent all in. Not a fun spot for him. Brent likely had the plan of check raising or check calling off that flop, but didn't go according to plan, and 2 scary cards later he finds himself in a tricky spot. Earlier at the feature table, not this one, Brent was on the first one we did. They switched out and then it got broke. He was back. He made a great laydown that Nathan Gamble and I were both very impressed with. Has been playing short stack ninja for the majority of the day. Let's see what he can deduce from this hand and decides to do. Based upon what I've seen out of Brent so far, I'm thinking he's probably leaning towards a fold. There's the ace out there, a 9 that would make a straight. King, queen got there. And sure enough, that is what he's going to do.
Boom.
I wish we knew what Johnny had, but it will remain a mystery. Brent now with 6 bigs. The good news is he was just in the big blind, so he just paid the heavy price and hopefully can pick up a hand here within the next orbit.
That's right. Johnny retaking the chip lead. With 30 players left, everyone's guaranteed at least $4,315. Next page up is going to be at 27 players, which will take home $5,200. Again, as far as we know, we haven't heard anyone start screaming. There should still be a 50K bounty in play. Also, just so you know, in about 3 knockouts, we will do a redraw for seats. We'll have the final 3 tables prepared, and we'll stick with that table through the end of the evening. Chad, did you keep up with the day 1A, B, C, like seat draw, or the players in the field or anything like that?
Yeah, a little bit. I ended up looking at the numbers, which was very impressive, right? So one of the things that really stood out to me was the increase. Day 1A last year had 183 runners. This year, 507. Just a massive turnout for day 1A. 1B was up from 455 to 812, and then day 1C 607 up to 1,015. Anthony Kenny, Forrest Kolar, and Minaj Ravi bagged the respective chip leads on day 1A through C. And then just the number of players that I recognized that played in the starting flights. It was really impressive to see that this event in the Golden Nugget was drawing players like James Romero, Ankush Mandavia, Ryan LaPlante, Marley Sprague, Brian Altman, David Peters, who we see in the high rollers, Jim Colopy, who's a 3-time bracelet winner and won his 3rd earlier this summer, Angela Jordanson, Michael Wang, Ludovic Geilich, Brian Hastings, a 5-time bracelet winner, Chris Treba. People recognize what this event's all about, the value that's here, and they turned out, and I was really happy to see that.
No kid, man. It was so nice.
And of course, this tournament is just the capstone, if you will, of the 2023 Golden Nugget Grand Poker Series, which has been running since May 30th. Tomorrow will be the last day. All the side events will wrap up. And there's been some interesting side event winners. For instance, Greg Raymer, 2004 WSOP main event champ, just a few days ago won the $600 Seniors Championship here at the Golden Nugget for $32,000. Some other winners in various side events: Dale Phillips, William Gernens, Brian Hamamoto. We had Peter Harder, John Tobin, just a Kerry Salamanca, Michael Judge, Craig Jones, Jason Cruz. A lot of them. Too many to name. Like 80-something events here.
So many events. So many events. So many.
And of all varieties as well. They have a lot of great mixed games. Horse, 8-game, Omaha, stud, all kinds of different tournaments to limit deuce to 7 triple draw. It's really a good place. You know, not everybody can afford to go down to the World Series of Poker and play a $1,500 buy-in mixed game or something. But you can come down here to the Golden Nugget and play a lot at the $200 or $300 price point. We'll be getting a new feature table here with one more elimination, whether that's at this table or one of the outer ones. The field at 28 players. Will be a 3-table redraw.
That's right.
At 27. I don't know how I feel about it, Jesse. I've gotten invested in these players. I want to see how they do. And if they go out to the outer tables, unless I'm reading the updates on PokerNews.com, I might miss out.
That's correct. But that, unfortunately, Chad, that's just how the cookie crumbles. I mean, we can't stay with these guys all night long. So we will see that redraw shortly. We'll get a few new people, a few new faces probably at the feature table, which will be nice. You've been playing a long day. Time for a little camera time.
Now, we talked about it earlier. I did with Aaron Baroni. Viet Vo on the 3-seat there, playing with a pair of gloves. You don't see that every day.
I was over there doing the bounties with him, and I saw him wear those, and I was like, "This is it's a look, man. I like it. I like it." A6 suited under the gun. Let's see what we do here. It's now 1.8 million stack. Oh, it sounds like we're gonna have the redraw to this hand.
Yep. We were about to lose.
Chris and the Hijacks only got 700K left, and it looks like he's making the move with the ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, less than 10 bigs. Folds to you. Have a decent ace.
Yeah, no kidding.
Looks like it's going to clear the field all the way to Pierce in the big blind.
Oh, it looks like Chris didn't go all in. It looks like he may have kept a 100K chip behind.
That could be. We've seen that a few times here.
Yeah, the almost all in move, of course.
Still not good. You want me to show and then you'll show?
They're negotiating to see a card. Shows the ace, shows the high card. Good hand. All right.
Well, these players are going to be happy. They will get a little pay jump, but it is going to be the time for the 3-table redraw, I believe.
That is correct. Now everyone is guaranteed at least $5,275. Looks like we didn't lose one in this table, so just tell you the knockouts from that 31 count we started with. We did lose Thomas Sem in 30th place for 4,300. Terry Gonzaga in 29th for 4,315. And Adam Neal was our 28th place finisher, taking home $4,315. One of the neat things about that Doyle Brunson Memorial Celebration, Chad, was they gave away a gift to everyone who attended. They gave away a deck of cards that had Doyle's sayings, Doyleisms on the back. Each one, so 52 cards, 52 different Doyleisms on the back. But the craziest thing was the deck had 26 tens and 26 deuces. Chad actually probably already knows this. Did you open your deck?
I did not. I was going to keep it pure, unopened.
Okay. Yeah, I grabbed one for myself and one for Chad and brought it to him. And yeah, it's pretty fun. I opened mine. And the Doyleisms are pretty good. Pretty good. If we need to, I'll pull it out and read some on Chad. We'll see.
22. This is 22. 2-2.
Sayonara, Randolph.
First place, $218,605. How sick is that, man? Even with the mystery bounty, our first place prize is still bigger than what we had last year. That's so sick. So sick. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch and YouTube. My name is Jesse Fulham. With me in the booth is Chad Holloway. We'll be here tonight until we hit that final table. So we need you to keep us awake. Ask us questions. Give us poker advice. Read us your horoscope. Whatever you want to do in chat. Just keep our eyes awake. Our eyes open, rather.
Most likely here until the final table. Like if this thing goes till 6 in the morning.
You're going to leave me here? You're going to leave?
I think the video crew might end up leaving.
That's true. They might say, we might, if it goes black, guys, if this whole screen goes to black, that's us saying we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll definitely be streaming till the end tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Just go into the seats that corresponds to, so like 1-1.
But I think there are a fair amount of short stacks there. We're definitely here for a good amount. I think we're going to get there. I don't think it's going to be as late as we initially thought. We're already down to the final 3-table redraw. 27 players remaining. 292 came back 9 hours ago. So we're cruising at a pretty good pace here.
So right now what's going on is every player in the tournament is getting these sheets of paper. This is from our live reporters. They're asking first name, last name, what's your newest seat assignment, and what's your chip stack. And at this point, well, I guess I'm not going to say to go to PokerNews.com because you could spoil a little bit.
Yeah, the live updates are happening at PokerNews.com, whereas we are on a slight delay. So if you're watching with us and you don't want spoilers, stick with us. But if you're not able to watch all night long and want to learn what's happened or what's happening, then check out PokerNews.com.
The good news is that our reporters are not reported on this stream table, except for knockouts.
Correct.
Bust out will have to be in the payouts side, so that's what we say. Yeah, maybe not. Stream start time tomorrow. What's up, Michael Schultz over on YouTube? The players return at 2 p.m. to play. Our broadcast will start 30 minutes later. We'll begin tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Eastern is our start time for the final table. I don't know if we'll have the sweat cam turned on or not for that final table. I think we'll actually say open that bounty on the table, the feature table. Bring it over. Let's use this overhead camera. But we'll see. We'll see. What we will have later on during this broadcast and tomorrow and probably on social media is a great highlight reel of all these bounties that have been pulled. We've got an editor who's here on site working furiously to try to get it put together. It's about 6 minutes long, just a quick little fun bit showing our stream cam setup, our sweat cam setup. I was actually got stream cam setup.
Okay, I'll get racks and seat cards.
All right, we've got new faces. Several new faces. Oh, I think a bounty was just pulled.
I heard a little something. I think you could be right.
I think we just heard something from the future, everybody. It appears the last... Oh, just someone excited at the table? Cool, okay, thank you. All right, never mind. The 50K bounty might still be in play.
Thank you. Everybody bio here. You got one more rack to throw on top there? Just,
So yeah, basically 5th place money for this event. Yeah, of course, that's $56,000 as you see here on this chart. But $50,000 is still hidden away in our drum full of bounties.
I'm kind of hoping it lasts until tomorrow at the final table and have that dynamic of having a $50,000 one. It would not then be a 1 or 9 or 1 in 10 chance at it. You know, I think would add a whole different level in dynamic to this final table.
Would be so sick.
One of the 100Ks went pretty early. Went within the first, I don't know, 30 minutes or so.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, and then I think the other one went an hour or two after that, something like that.
Yeah, I was there for the second one, missed the first one.
And one of the gentlemen who drew one of those 100Ks is still in. That is Vid Zager. I don't know if he'll be at this feature table or not, but he's definitely out in the field. I see that Viet Vo is in the 1 seat now, so he's rejoining us.
Make sure y'all get the cards and put them in the box like that.
That means I can tell you who our players are, everybody. We got Viet Vo in seat 1, sitting with 10 bigs, 725K. Seat 2, we do have Vid Zagar, the guy who pulled that 100K bounty. He's got 42 bigs and 3.1 million. We've got Michael Jagru sitting in seat 3, 1.1 million. That's a 15 big blind stack. Seat 4 is Forrest Rally, 3.1 million. It's a 42 big blind stack. Kyle Gross, seat 5, 2.6 mil, 36 bigs. Tim Garles is our chip leader at the table with 67 bigs, a 5 million chip stack. Nicolos Angelou sitting in seat 7, 2 million, 28 bigs. Seat 8 is going to be Brent Burrows, 6 bigs, 400K about. And finally, seat 9 with all that ink, Andreas, I can't pronounce his last name. Andreas
Chaco Kariadis?
Are you
something?
are
He's
you
Greece.
joking?
He's got to be from Greece.
Chalkiadakis? Oh, that's not fun. Oh man.
Keep
He's
our
a-
long tradition of butchering names that we
Absolutely.
usually have on the Poker News podcast carrying over here.
That's right, non-stop here. So anyways, Andreas is sitting with 10 bigs, 775K. That is our 9-handed feature table. What's great, I'm looking at the other 2 tables out there, and I see 3rd place finisher for our last PokerNews Cup here, Forrest Kalar, out there with only 3 bigs. table 3. He didn't make it over to the feature table, I don't think, in this today's excitement. But hopefully he can find a few doubles and make it over.
All right, we should be back with cards in the air very shortly here. There we go. I see the scramble. Button is going to start in the 9 seat.
All right, guys, let's get back to the action.
Our first hand at this new feature table. Remember, just 3 tables remain. We have this one and 2 outer tables. Playing down to the final table. Brent Burrows is back, which I'm excited about. We've been following his journey on the stream all day today, and he's been the short stack all day today. I'm kind of hoping for a spin up for the man from Michigan.
Yeah, no kidding.
Andreas on the button, looks down at 2 black deuces. 775,000, 10 big blinds. It's a pocket pair on the button, folds to you. Ooh, I don't know, I think I probably jam it there, but he's erring on the side of caution. Just paid the big blinds, probably hoping to pick up a little bit better in the hand. We can see, based upon the cards in the small blinds, that had he jammed, more than likely would have gotten it through.
Ace 6-5, 2 clubs. Both of these jump with a club, bid with the higher with the jack of horse.
I think we'll see this probably take it down. Viavo doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. He's under 10 big blinds. I like how we have him as Vegas Viet, even though he's Viet Vo from Houston.
Yeah. Right. He does lay it down, keeping his 8 big blinds in play.
There you get a good shot of our Poker News dealer button, which has been a very big hit here at the Golden Nugget all summer long. They've been used here in the Grand Poker Series at all the tables, as well as in the cash game room. It's a considerable dealer button. It's bigger than a hockey puck, about as thick and as heavy as well. So
Pretty fun, man. Yeah, people came to the booth trying to buy one. People told me they were going to steal it. Just told me straight to my face. What am I going to say? Like, okay, I mean, I'm not going to call the cops on you, but don't steal it.
give a special thanks to a few folks. Andy Rich, the Director of Poker Operations here at the Golden Nugget. Mike Godfrey, Shift Manager. Kurt Dow, the Tournament Director. All the dealers and floor staff, cocktail waitresses, from top to bottom. It's been a great summer series. And of course to Glenn McCrory of Guerrilla Gaming for the excellent helping set up the stream and all that.
Glenn and his whole team. He's not just by himself. He's out here with the whole team making this broadcast come to life, man. We appreciate him so much. Yeah, Chad and I both love the Golden Nugget. I mean, we were here last year hosting this event, of course, and there's a reason why we're back. Andy Rich does a fantastic job. His whole team, like Chad said. Hopefully you guys get a chance to come out here and visit the property as well if you're in Vegas anytime soon.
And Tim Garles here, who I'm very familiar with from the Midwest poker scene, raised it up pre-flop to 175,000 in vid, defended out of the small blind.
How about this flop, man?
Yeah, action flop right now. Vid with top pair. Tim Garles with the heart flush draw. Let's see how it plays out.
The nut flush draw. This looks so pretty on screen. No heart help here with that 5 of clubs on the turn.
That was a brick. We had another 175,000 bet. It looks like Vid is the one who bet. Tim called. Vid slows down with a check. And Tim going to take a stab at it.
That's right. I mean, I saw a nice little handful of red chips. How much are those worth, Chad?
The red are 100,000 a piece. The gray is 25,000, and you see Vid here going to make the call. So we have a 1.65 million chip pot.
Heart. We see a heart. No, a red card, but not what we were looking for. Vid with top pair still.
Let's see if Tim is going to bluff at this or shut it down. Both of these players sitting with decent stacks.
He's here all in.
All in.
We can't see Tim, but he did push his entire stack in.
Tim Garles going to put Vid to the test.
Yeah. Oh.
Vid with 2.5 million behind.
There we go. Here's Vid with the winning hands we can see. But will he be there?
Will he be willing to put his tournament on the line with top pair?
Right.
Queen kicker. Ace king would beat him. Ace queen. You did see Tim raise it pre-flop. Those hands well within his range. But as we know, he missed his flush draw. And he's trying to win it without a showdown.
I mean, it's got to be so hard when you can see all these other shorter stacks. And this is your tournament life at risk here.
This is the sort of pot where there's still 3 tables remaining. We just did the 3-table redraw where you're thinking, man, if I win this, it probably means I'm going to make it to the final table, right? Or at least have a really good shot of making it.
Yeah. But can you make that call with just one pair?
Exactly. Because if you're wrong, you're out in 27th place for some money, but not as much as you want.
Right. What's up, 601 Gambler over on Twitch? This is live right now, buddy. We're on a 30-minute delay, but this is taking place today. We are here watching. Over on YouTube, hey, thank you, more respect. 4-card deck, please, on graphics. Really tough to see. Thank you.
Oh, he does make the call. He calls off.
Oh! Yes, he says, let's go. He gets it.
Wow, what a
massive.
pot.
Oh, look at that.
6.65
He's
million.
so happy.
The largest pot of the tournament thus far, I do believe, and you can see it there. Now he has a big chip lead, more than 2-1 than his next closest competition, whereas Tim drops to the middle of the pack, still sitting all right with 24 bigs, but man, what a call by Vid for his tournament life.
Right. Hey, thank you, more respect over there on YouTube. The reason why we turned it off, we did have 4-card deck on earlier. The green and the blue are just a little too close in color. So we're going to make a little subtle change, I think, for tomorrow. That's why we're just sticking with our 2-color this evening. You know, we want 4-color. Trust me, we love it ourselves as well.
I don't know. I'm a purist. I'm an old school.
When I say we, I mean myself.
Yeah. He doesn't speak for both of us. Though, as the older I get, and I'm supposed to wear glasses, I'll probably come around to it. Someday I'll call off with what I think is a flush, only to turn over the wrong color or the wrong suits, and then I'll become a believer.
I mean, that will be the day for sure.
What a hand we just saw there. All right, pocket queens for Nikolaus. Tim had raised it with ace-10, just lost that big pot. And here comes the 3-bet. 450,000. And Andreas in the hijack, looking down at ace queen suited, sitting with 10 big blinds, seeing a raise and a re-raise in front of him. Usually I'd be happy to look down at that hand and excited to get it in, but seeing all that action in front of you is definitely a little discouraging. Let's see what he is going to do. And he is going to move all in, 775,000. Can't blame him there. 10 bigs with ace queen suited. Even with that action, it's hard to let that hand go. Puts it in. We know that there will eventually be a call here from at least Nikolaus. There's still action to be had in between. Including Forrest here. Forrest Raleigh with pocket jacks in the big blinds. Now he's lining up Tim and Nikolaus and their stacks behind him. He's got everybody covered. We might see a three-way all-in here. Good to see him tipping his drink server. What is he going to do? All that action in front of him. A raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet jam, and you look down at pocket jacks. Is it one of those? Let's go for it. Let's try to get some bounties. Or do we just let it go? He is going to go. He's going to jam it all in. Tim gets out of the way. Nikolaus makes the call. Calls off for his tournament life. And just like that, we've got another monster pot. Nikolaus in the lead. Forrest, 2 jacks. Andreas, ace queen suited, looking for some help. And some help he gets. Flops the stone cold nuts. Ace queen high club flush. But there is still a considerable side pot, which Forrest just hit with a set, and he's drawn to a full house.
Oh my
Which he, holy shit. Wow, what a hand. Double elimination for Forrest. Andreas flops the world, flops a club flush, and then the worst hand on the flop goes runner to fill up and score 2 eliminations. And I just am stunned from what I just saw. Jesse is speechless. Just for once, he's speechless. Wow, what a hand. What a run out. We at Poker News do a Hands of the Week, and we're going to be doing one from the Poker News Cup, and I can guarantee you that hand is going to be in there.
Good hand, man. 7 blinds, man. Fucking wild. Yeah. Everyone did their thing. I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do? 7 blinds. When he celebrated, I was like, yeah. There's chances, and then you just smash it. I was like, it's happening. I was like, it's happening.
Jack on the turn. Yeah, you're like, it's happening. He says it's happening because you celebrate it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, all right. I'm okay with speak that.
Seen
Speak that into it.
I'm sure you have to.
Oh my God, I've seen this.
Click the names I was playing.
You got small buddy.
You love your name somehow. I don't know.
Stone cold nuts.
So many times every day.
5
Wow, what a hand there. Forrest Raleigh. All smiles right now, stacking the chips. Don't say pocket jacks never win, because they just won a beauty right there. Action folds around to Forrest in the small blind, and he is just going to limp. We haven't seen a lot of that in at this feature table, or any feature table throughout the day, really. Hasn't been many. Kyle, however, exercising his option in the big blind with a raise to $325,000. Jesse still speechless from that double elimination we just witnessed in a crazy run out. Queens versus Jacks versus Ace-10 of clubs. Ace-10 of clubs flopped the nut flush. Turn was a Jack. River paired the board. And Forrest Raleigh, Jesse, as you saw, because you were here and are just stunned.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get food at all. Nothing like that. No, I'm still shocked. I'm still shook. Speaking of which, I'm probably about to be quiet again for a minute while I am not eating at all.
I'm going to steal a French fry. Yeah, what a hand. It will be in Hands of the Week for sure. And another interesting spot here, Forrest Raleigh with another win. Limps with the ace. And then Limp jams it to take it down.
All of them.
All the clovers.
But yeah, but once that
Pretty
jack-
powerful hand he flopped there.
once that jack hit, though,
Not powerful enough. I don't know.
it's gonna be ugly.
You hear the table there still stunned by that hand, and I don't blame him. That is certainly one that'll be talked about for a while. The short stacked ninja, Brent Burrows, been short stacked all day. I don't think I've seen him above 12 bigs on the 3 different future table appearances he's made. Likes what he sees, and he's going to put it all in with the ace queen. So far, so good. Kyle in the small blind with ace 10. He is going to move all in as well. That should get Tim Garles out of the big blind. And Brent Burrows going to be in a good spot to more than double up, given what's in there with the big blind ante and the big blinds. He is a 72% favorite. Has the superior ace, looking to hold. And he more than holds. He flops, trips. Just has to avoid runner. Has to come exactly king, jack, or jack king. Not going to happen. Full house. Actually, I did speak maybe too soon. There could be a chop. Case ace would chop it up, and it's not there. It was a 4. Interesting there, though. But full house for Brent Burrows. Going to get up into the 7-figure territory. Still short, but not the shortest stack. You can see it there. Have to applaud his patience throughout the day. Could it be the start of a spin-up? We will have to wait and see. I am Chad Holloway, joined in the booth by my good friend and co-host of the Chad and Jesse Poker Show, Jesse Fullen.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm bringing back down. I have not eaten anything today. You know, I'm finally getting. My wife brought me a hamburger, so I'm gonna just sit here and let my body just absorb this juicy meat.
It has been a long day. Action resumed at noon local time. We're going on 10 p.m. The plan of playing down to the final table. Brent Burrows, who just more than doubled up, looks at ace-9 suited under the gun. Doesn't want to just give it up. It's too pretty to just fold. Calling under the gun. Come on, we haven't seen that since 2006. So you got to raise it, and that's what he does. The blinds did increase recently, 50,000 in the small, 100,000 in the big. And par for the course, Brent Burrows min raises. That's been the standard play for most of these players at the feature table.
Always lose.
And this under the gun raise very well could get the job done. And here we go, back-to-back hands for Mr. Brent Burrows. And you can see we have a little logjam there in the middle of the pack. We have 2 big stacks at this feature table. A bunch of middling stacks and 2 short stacks. So the chip dynamics here are pretty interesting.
We're down to 24 players remaining. We just lost a player that I was so hopeful for. Forrest Kolar, who was the Day 1B chip leader, is out in 25th place, taking home $5,275. Forrest was our 3rd place finisher in our 2022 PokerNews Cup here at Golden Nugget. So it was great to see another deep run from him, but we will not see a final table replay, unfortunately.
Speaking of last year's final table, unfortunately last month, Ireland's Eoin Starr, who finished 4th in the 2022 PokerNews Cup for $68,000, passed away. It was very sad news for all of us here at Poker News and to the Irish poker contingent. Rest in peace to Eoin Starr.
Your buddy's all in.
Yeah, Viet Vo finally, he was getting short there, finds a hand, Queen Jack. He jams it under the gun, but I don't think it's going to work here. You have the big stack Forrest Raleigh, not to be confused with the Forrest Collar that Jesse just mentioned, which we did confuse earlier in the first stream. He is going to go all in here and try to collect this bounty. The rest of the field getting out of the way. And Viet Vo from Houston, Texas is going to need some help. Most immediate out would be to find a queen. And that's just what he does. Comes from behind, pairs the queen, and takes a huge lead in this hand. Just looking to dodge an ace at this point, and he does it. Locks it up on the turn with trip queens.
Catch up now.
A much needed double there for Viet Vo. Just a small hit to Forrest Raleigh.
Other queen gets it.
Do you see how many minutes left till break by chance?
Yeah, it's 23, I can tell you.
Till break? Or is it 11?
Oh,
54 minutes. 54, thank you. 4 minutes.
I'm tired.
How's it? We're going to be an hour and 6 minutes.
With 24 players left, we do experience a pay jump. Players are now taking home a guaranteed $6,415. That'll be the next 3 payouts. 21st place will take home $7,775. We're seeing nice little pay jumps. Oh, I mean, it looks like they're starting to get bigger. I mean, it's to 18th place. It's a 2K pay jump from 77 to 97. Closing on that 10K, that 5 digits. Dion with the jiggities.
He's been playing very patient. He has gotten short stacked, however, and it looks like almost all of them are going to go in. He's got 900,000. He puts 800,000 in, signaling to the rest of the table, yeah, I'm going with this hand, one way or the other.
Think More Respect has a great question over on YouTube. Where is everyone watching from? BC here. I'm watching from Las Vegas, here at the actual venue. How about you, Chad?
I am located not far away from Jesse, about a foot.
Yep. In meters, though, that is what, Chad?
I don't really know.
A third of a meter.
Is that how it works?
I have no fucking idea. We are in the booth here at the Golden Nugget, here in the beautiful Grand Ballroom, where our tournament has been taking place all week. Oh, thanks, Think More Respect. Appreciate it, buddy. He says, great job with D-Nex, by the way. That was a Chad Holloway number right there, man. I was worried. We saw that there was a 50K PLO event taking place, and so Chad and I knew there was going to be some big names that could maybe late reg that we could pull in. I offered up a safe choice, like, hey, I got this one that's on standby, this other person too, and Chad's like, no, let's take a swing for a big name. And I mean, I've never seen Chad drag. I mean, he went out there and he dragged down the ground into the room. It was awesome. It was so much fun.
I've been around the poker world for a hot minute now. I think this is my 15th World Series of Poker, and so I had to call in some favors, you know? But no, I was happy to get him. You've gotten some powerhouse guests as well, with Masato, Joey Ingram, the Nikki Limo, and Caitlin Komeski from the Ace Holes podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And we still got 4 shows left. Now, I'm going to miss 2 of them for my getaway, but you are going to continue with a guest host, which I'm going to be very excited about, and also got to keep those big names coming. I'd love to see me, Phil Hellmuth perhaps.
Listen, I'm gonna shoot for the stars. Reality is reality, Chad. I'm not Chad Holloway out there in the hallway dragging people in. But we'll see. All right, get through. So sorry, Chad. Chad told me to make sure to mute when I was trying to mean to. Sorry, everybody. Almost done here. Scott in Vegas, what's up, dude? Good to see you over on the Twitch streets. We have been live. The tournament starts today at 12 noon Pacific time. 2 p.m. was when we started to do our feature table. And we've been live since 2:30 with the delay. It's now midnight somewhere. It's 9:45 here. Yeah, it's been a long day, buddy. And we are not done yet. We still have to get down to that final table.
Earlier today, I was joined by two-time bracelet winner Nathan Gamble, Aaron Baroni, 888 Poker Ambassador after that. Thanks to those guys for jumping in. It was a lot of fun, and I think the one theme we all agreed upon throughout the day was just the level of play that we've seen throughout this event has been very impressive.
I'm not surprised based on the names I saw in the different days. I mean, it's just been impressive with the big names in this field. It would lead to some really skilled players. So, yeah, this is a great tournament, man. I'm so proud of this. Ace King for Pierce.
We don't know what Forrest has. He's the one who raised it under the gun. Good chance we see Pierce just put it in. Sure enough. Now, when they put out their green bounty chip, that is binding.
Yeah, counts as an all in there.
And it does fold back around to Forrest. $1 million more for him to call. We do not know what he has.
He's sitting with nearly $6 million in front of him.
These two guys have been playing together for a little while, I do believe. I think they were both at a feature table. I think they're familiar with each other. He looks pained, tortured. What to do?
No kidding.
What does he have? What do you think he's got? I think he's got like a small pocket pair. Sixes. I'm going with sixes here.
Yeah. The fact he's taking this long, either you're right with like a small pair or maybe like an ace 10. I wouldn't put him on ace jack. We do see him let go. We'll never know. We'll never know. And we continue on. Thinking One Respect on YouTube says nines, probably nines-ish. See, with $6 million behind, I think you just call with nines there. But that's me, and that's why I'm not at this table. Right, we're definitely an elevated style of play, so maybe you're right, buddy. Maybe you're right. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, Chad and I have started doing a new podcast called the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. You can find them every Wednesday and Saturday on our YouTube channel. What we do is we chat about a topic for 10 minutes, then we do Calling the Clock, little 2-minute segments on 8 different big trending topics in poker. Then we interview somebody, and it's been a lot of fun for me and Chad to get to do this. So check it out. We've done 10 episodes this summer, and we got an all-in, so I'm going to shut up. Tim jams all-in with the King, Queen of Spades. No pain this time for Forrest. He lets it go with the Jack 10 off. But yeah, I would love for you guys to all check it out. The Chad and Jesse Poker Show over on our YouTube channel. So Chad Holloway's going away for a few days. Chad, where are you headed to?
I talked about it a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay.
I am going back to the Midwest. Last summer, I was cast on season 9 of Survival Challenge, which is basically a 5-day mini game of the hit TV show Survivor that takes place out in the middle of the woods, and developed some good friendships there. A whole nother little community, if you will. And so, returning for season 10, unfortunately not to play, but more to volunteer, help out, pay it forward a little bit, and then of course see a bunch of the friends that I made last summer and contestants. So looking forward to that and just getting away from the poker madness. There was a time, Jesse, where all I wanted was poker 24/7. I would, on dinner breaks from the World Series of Poker, from when I worked for PokerNews as a live reporter, on dinner breaks I would go play cash.
Yeah.
Or afterwards I'd find somewhere to go to play. Nowadays, it's more like when I have some free time or vacation time, I want to away from poker time.
What's up, Richard in chat on YouTube? I remember playing next to Jesse at Orleans for a horse tournament. Is that right? Did I play a horse tournament? If I did, I'm really proud of myself. I can't remember that. Okay, when was that, Richard?
Was it last summer? Because remember you weren't. You weren't there. I remember now. We went to the Orleans to play a horse tournament after the PokerNews barbecue get together, but you weren't there last.
There was a great mixed game at the Wynn, I think, and then there was one at Orleans too. It may have been that week. I can't remember when it was, but a few months ago, I'm pretty sure, just before, a little bit before the series, if I remember right. I think in one respect says, I really appreciate the 2-minute format, keeps it on track like the meta overview. Oh, sick, dude. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, about this winter, that sounds about right, Richard. Hey, thanks for tuning in, dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Jacksby versus 7-4. Forrest just churned a straight draw, but with no club. It's not fun. Hey, boom, game over. Kyle, let's go with a better hand, quote unquote. Pardon me, guys. Hey, everyone in chat, has anyone been down to Vegas yet this summer to play in any bracelet events or any other great events around the city? I mean, they're just popping off all over the place. MGM with a series, of course, the Golden Nugget here with a really huge series. The World Series of Poker has some stuff I heard. Bracelet event, something. Main event starts tomorrow. Boom. Day 1A kicks off tomorrow. Tell us about your summer plans or what you played, y'all, and also, do you think the main event's going to break the record? AKA, just type in yes. Pocket fives for our buddy in seat 1. Oh, and he says, let's go.
Yeah, I think 12.5 big blinds in this spot. Either go with it or let it go, and I think it's just too good of a spot. You're open jam. I like this by Vietvo, and it looks so far getting through. Oh, but we have Tim Garles in the big blind with 2 black 7s.
The timing.
He essentially has the same stack, a little bit more for Tim.
Oh, you're right. He just barely has the guy covered. My goodness.
Tim losing the majority of his stack when he had the unsuccessful bluff.
Into Forrest, that's right.
Into vid.
Oh, is it in the
Yeah,
vid?
it was the
Oh,
vid
okay.
one.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And Tim is going to find the call and be happy that he did. Well out in front with the superior pocket pair. Vegas Vietvo from Houston, Texas is going to need a high 5, or will he be left hanging?
Let's see a flop dealer.
Oh, yeah, not what Vietvo was hoping for. He does have the only heart, and that's
heart
his,
redraw,
his best hope right now.
No,
It is not there. He is left drawing dead on the turn. The meaningless 3 of diamonds on the river, and we are going to lose Vietvo I can confirm
He does finish in 22nd place.
22nd. $6,415 for his efforts.
There were 20. It did show 23 on the screen. We lost Nectarios oh my goodness. Basilicus? Nectarios Basilicus. Chat's still here laughing at me. How rude. Kuvang on YouTube says, let's go, Timmy. Yeah, that was definitely a nice hand for him, dude.
Tim is well known in the Midwest, a regular on the MSPT. Really nice guy. I've said for years he's got some of the best hair in poker.
Oh.
It just, look at it. It's perfectly parted. It's perfectly placed. I've even actually had a conversation with him about where he gets his haircut because it just looks immaculate all the time.
He's delirious at this point. You won't call me out, man.
My favorite thing to do is just to let that silence just linger there after you talk about a guy's hair.
I'm delirious.
It's just a nice awkward silence. We'll just sit in it for a minute.
There's nothing awkward about it.
No, of course, 10s for Brent here, pocket 10s.
Yeah, he's going to rip it.
Yeah, I think that's his only option here. So maybe this is just a little Hollywood in here. Acting like he has a decision. Do I make a race with my ace? All right. I like the move. Feels like a little bit of Hollywood there. We'll see, we'll see.
Nothing for anybody else, though, so Brent's going to get that one through. Just in time as well. Swipes the blinds and annies, and he's going to be the big blind right now. So.
Oh, yeah. Just 7 players left this table. Oh, man, we're getting closer and closer to that final table, everybody. Tomorrow, our final table coverage does begin at 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will go till it's over, till we have 1 player left.
50 years ago.
Yeah, I'm wondering back in the day, yeah.
Definitely did 50 years ago.
Opinions.
I don't know about now. Some other form equals legally castrated.
Thinking with respect on YouTube says the hair is sublime, though. Good call, Chad. Good call. I mean, it's okay. But look at Forrest's hair. I like his hair, too. I mean, now we just have to erase hair, Chad.
Wow. How many are wearing hats? Need the table shot here.
We can break the hat, too. Pierce thinking about with the ace-9 off from the small blind. He will let go to the 6-9 suited. Nice. Brent will defend. Just one more biggity. That's it. Looking for some hearts. He will not find a heart, but he finds that 6. 3 diamonds, though. That's a little sweaty.
Yeah, scary board. Kyle here does flop a gut shot. It's one of those tricky spots. Brent defends pairs, but that's not exactly the flop you're looking for.
Right.
And he is going to get a free card here and some information. Goes check, check.
Oh.
Another diamond, however. Kyle now with a double gutter. A 7 or a 10 would give him a straight.
Brent with only 10 bigs left in his stack. I don't think he has enough to make any bluffs here, so we'll have to see what he decides to do. We'll be a check.
Well, that said, too, with Kyle, he's only got about 13, 14 bigs.
But he also has that position, dude.
That's true. He has the pre-flop aggression. It looks like he is going to take a stab at it, and more than likely will get the job done.
Right.
Hard for Brent to do much with just the 6 there on a 4 flush board, and he does let it go.
He does lay on the best hand. Just hard to know it. Vid is our chip leader at the table with 67 bigs. Dion sitting at the bottom there with 9 biggities. Do we still say biggities?
I don't know if anybody's ever said biggities before.
Now you're just being mean. That's just uncalled for. All right, that is a nice haircut. Is this the guy we're talking about?
Over here down on the bottom screen. Looks just like how everything's in place.
The line's good. Yeah, the beard going in.
Mm-hmm.
But the red Eddie Bauer zip up haircut isn't bad either. Is this really a conversation we're having?
I mean, we knew it was going to devolve as the night wore on.
I mean, you're right.
We still do have one big bounty remaining, but we only have 22 players left, so we're not seeing the bounty draws like we did early on.
Dion with the ace-king suited. Raises to almost all in. A nice move here. Oh, but Tim's got the pocket tens. Or as we call them in Texas, the tenities.
Dion, also known as Michael Jagru.
That's right. Tim goes with the overjam.
Dion had raised it, leaving himself 100K behind. No doubt it's going in, and it does. We are off to the races.
That's right.
Pick your horse, Jesse. You like the ace-king, you like the pocket tens.
I like the ace-king suited, man, always.
I don't know. Pocket tens, in my experience, tend to flop sets more than any other pair.
Yeah, but ace-king, does it get prettier?
No, that's true. It's the ace-king at risk and in need of improvement.
Oh,
Does not get it on the flop.
That's good. We still have time. We got plenty of time.
He's got 2 pulls at it. Needs to find an ace-king or some runner-runner draws. Scratch that. Scratch the runner-runner.
We have less time now. We have less time now.
Ace on the river, king on the river. Otherwise, we are going to bid adieu to Jagru.
I wasn't ready for that. Wow.
You know him as Dion on the stream, but Michael Jagru is his real name, finishing in 20th place. I know it says 22 on the screen there. There was a couple eliminations in outer tables for $7,775. Played a patient game earlier today on the live stream. Made a tremendous call with just ace high for his tournament life. Very impressive. Nice run for him here.
That's right. Just to go over the recent knockouts, we did have Vegas Viet out in 22nd place for 64.15. We had Yan Yu at our table go out in 21st place for 77.75. And then we just lost Michael Jagru in 20th place, like Chad said, for 77.75. 19 players remain, Chad. Let's go. Hey, Tim's got the jiggities. Didn't Tim just have pocket tens?
He did. He did.
Is this real life?
He had the 7s against 5s to eliminate Viet Vo. Just collects another bounty. It looks like after his failed bluff, he is on the rebound.
Here's the problem with this. You don't want all these pocket pairs on day 2. You want them on day 3.
Yeah, but sometimes you need them to get to day 3.
I think it's a big mistake. You shouldn't be getting these. Oh, no, Brent. Oh, Brent.
Yeah, Brent with less than 10 bigs and a pocket pair on the button. Pierce here just posturing. I don't see how Mr. Burrows doesn't get it in right now.
I mean, I can tell you how.
He's played patiently all day long as a short stack. Really, honestly, he's been between 3 and 12 big blinds the entire day. Most of it on the stream here, yeah, and he's going to have to get lucky, assuming Tim Garles is going to call here. We do have Vid in the small blind, Forrest in the big. They're both going to let it go.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to imagine now, Tim, he's got some chips. It's only 750,000 more to him.
Tim, oh, there's Forrest's fold with the 9-6.
And Tim gets it in.
Call for Tim, that's right. No waiting, here's my jacks.
Michigan's Brent Burrows. He's found a way to stay in this tournament this deep, but he's going to need some luck here. He is a 4-1 dog. And even more so now.
We're looking for 2 more hearts.
Yeah, he wants that chop or runner 8s, but neither is going to happen. Tim Garles with the set of jacks. And Brent makes the set of 8s on the river for salt in the wound.
That's rude. Brent Burrows does finish in 18th place, taking home $9,795.
And so in 18th place, that means there was a slew of eliminations on the outer tables. In fact, now there's only one outer table. We're going to get some players here at the feature table and balance things out a bit. But we are getting closer and closer to the 2023 PokerNews Cup final table. I'm going to take a quick break to run out to the restroom, Jesse, and when I come back, we should have a full table and down the home stretch.
Sounds about right, buddy. I will stay here with you guys on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. It's been a fun day. It has been a fun day. We started the day with 292 players returning from 3 starting days that had just massive numbers. Massive numbers.
We're not stopping? Lights went up?
Oh, we're not stopping.
Are we going to 2 tables?
All right. Let's just keep playing cards till she tells us not to.
Let's just keep playing cards till they tell us to stop. All right. I think maybe the graphics team may have thought we were taking a little redraw or something here too. So we're not seeing any cards here, guys. Here we go. Is going to fold around to Vid on the button. Who's going to let go as well? Forrest with the 8-5 offsuit. Kyle in the big blind just ready to muck his cards, looks like. Forrest with so many more chips than Kyle is considering a little raise here. We'll be right back, you guys. Just 1 second. All right, we are back. We do see a call 8-5 versus 6-5, 6-Jack-10, 2 spades in the flop. We do see a check to the Queen of Hearts on the turn. Is Jimmy Buffett in seat 3? No, he is not. It does look a little like Jimmy Buffett, though. You're right. No respect. It is not Jimmy. He is back at home. Forrest raises and takes it. Boom, easy game. Boom, easy game. a full table. And here we go, y'all.
Welcome to the table, guys. Making sure when you get the cards, you put them in the box.
What's up, Bruce Simmons over there on Twitch? Thanks for watching with us. And they're fan of Tim. Let's go. All right, we will see card graphics here shortly, y'all. Here we go. Got a fold from Pierce and Umberto. It looks like some new faces here. Carlman folds in the 9 seat. Round 2, seat 1. Johnny. Ooh, Johnny with the King Jack here in seat 1, just to left the dealer.
Damn. What am I covering?
So Johnny raises to 300K. Vid folds. Kirk in seat 3 folds. Forrest with the ace-4 offsuit. Forrest there in seat 4 is watching the player to his left play with some chips. He lets it go. Tim with the ace-jack lets it go as well. Well, that wasn't Tim. I'm sorry. Here's Tim with the ace-jack. Hey, what's up, Gabriel on YouTube? So where is this? We're at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada.
One of the oldest casinos in all of Las Vegas, 1946. And it just so happens that this tournament is the largest prize pool in Golden Nugget history. 2,331 runners created a prize pool of $2,261,070. Of that, $904,000 went into the bounty pool. There's still a $50,000 bounty up for grabs last we checked, and $1.356 million went into the regular prize pool. Top 3 finishers are slated to earn 6-figure paydays. The eventual winner of this tournament, which won't be determined until tomorrow, $218,605. And there you see the chip counts pretty evenly dispersed compared to what we saw at the last feature table, where there was 2 big stacks, 2 short stacks, and everybody else really in the middle of the pack. Some new faces, old faces at this table. A few players that we have not seen on stream up until this point, but now with only 17 players remaining, there's only 2 tables left, 50-50 shot of being on the feature table. Some of the players out at the secondary table that we are not getting the chance to see. Felipe Olivieri is the chip leader with 10.6 million. Clement Carrion out of France, I believe, is 6.6 million. John Adderley, 5.2 million. Vasco Batista, 3.8 million. Karol Menuchkakian, 3.5 million. Kunal Patani, 3.4 million. Edward Amal Silva, 3.3 million. And Rui Bukwe, 3 million. What's interesting to me about that, Jesse, in the outer table, only 1 American player. I think it speaks volumes to the turnout here and the international contingent that showed up at the Golden Nugget.
It was insane. I'm telling you, it was insane. When I was over there doing bounties, my job was to ask people their name and where they're from. and I heard so many different countries. It was so much fun, dude.
And I think that was one of the things that really impressed Andy Rich, the director of poker operations here at the Golden Nugget, and I'm sure a lot of people out in the casino as well, is we're just not used to the international flair, if you will, here at the Golden Nugget. It is a very kind of more locals, lower buy-in crowd, and so to see the influx of international players for the PokerNews Cup, which is of course an international brand. We are all around the world. We travel to EPTs and things like that. Just incredible.
Three-way action here. Sevens, ace, three, queen, 10, ace on the flop.
Yeah, but look at that. A pair and a flush draw for Forrest.
That's right. Carl Mann does take the lead. Only 52% because of these flush draw and everything here, but by the way, real time, 30 minutes from now on the stream. Oh, the flush gets in. Forrest, how do you do it?
30 minutes now?
The 50K is still in play.
Wow.
30 minutes from now, yes.
This is exciting news with just 2 tables remaining. The implications of considering when to call, when not to call, when to shove, when not to shove. 50K as part of that equation makes it a lot more enticing, right?
It's the third largest. There's 100, a 75, and a 50. Those are our top 3 prizes.
And to put that in perspective, it's 50K, and then what? The next closest is probably a 6K still left?
Yeah. A little bit of a jump, a little bit of a downgrade. So Carl Mann makes it 400K with his ace. And Forrest just calls, love it. Oh, the board pairs. But do we care?
I don't think in this instance you worry about it too much. And obviously, somebody could have been raising, Carl Mann could have been raising with pocket aces or pocket queens, maybe even pocket fours. But it's much more likely he was raising with just an ace, which of course we know is the case.
Carl Mann continues to lead here.
Yeah, but only 200,000 into a pot of 1.75 million. A tiny, tiny bit. We've seen this a rise in this in the poker world. I know Negreanu is kind of a fan of doing this, where it's a bet that's designed to kind of indicate to your opponent, look, I have showdown value. So do you really want to, bloat this pot even further? Forrest there is in the red shirt with the jacket.
And he is thinking about it.
And I'd like to see him come in with a raise to maybe 800, 850,000, somewhere in that neck of the woods. Target the ace.
I think the question I've got in mind right now, Chad, is what sort of raise can Forrest put in here that would get Carl to still call with an ace?
Yeah, it's interesting because if he does come in with a raise, Carl, obviously the alarm bells will be going off. He does have aces and nines with a queen kicker that's on board, and so that's the part where I give him a little pause, right? Could I potentially be chopping this pot?
With the flush draw getting there on the turn and the board pair in the river, I'm not sure how big of a raise an ace can call, but
yeah, even, I don't. Based upon what I've seen of Carl Mann so far at the feature table throughout the day, I'm not sure he'd be willing to call any raise here.
Yeah,
but I think that Forrest should be putting in a raise. He's certainly taking his time.
Maybe he doesn't notice his action. I'm just joking.
He just reached for some chips, and he is going to put in a raise. It's going to be considerably more than what I said. Looks like about $1.5 million. 1.4.
Good eyes, Chad Holloway. Good eyes.
Not even wearing my glasses. Now let's see what Carl Mann does. I don't imagine he's going to call, but maybe he has been playing with Forrest for a while here at this final table.
Yeah, he may just think he has a read on him. He is thinking. Do we know what this logo is he's wearing?
I mean, I don't know what it is exactly. It looks like a steer of some sort, and there's all kinds of different things. Could be for a steakhouse. It could be for The Rock, WWE superstar.
Oh, maybe so.
They used to have something like that.
Oh, interesting.
We should ask him. What if it's a steakhouse and he can hook us up?
I'd be very interested in that.
I know you would. You and I have went to many steakhouses together.
Oh, we have.
Remember that tomahawk steak
Oh,
that
in
you
Texas?
got?
The Taste of Texas in Houston?
Yeah, that you
Do I
sent
remember
back. You had the gall
Oh
to
my
send
God.
back.
Don't talk about that on stream, you piece of shit.
No, you were right.
Oh.
You were right to send it back. If you
Man.
were going to spend that much on a nice tomahawk steak, they better get it right.
I asked for a medium rare, and it came with, it was like brown.
Yeah, it
There
was.
no red at
It
all.
was close to well done.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, give me some ketchup. So I can eat a well
What
done
would be
steak.
more? What's more offensive, to ask for ketchup for the steak or to send it back?
They're both pretty bad. What's up, Don, over there on Twitch? Is Spiff still in this one? Hey, chat, is Spiff still in this one?
Spiff, unfortunately, has not made himself known to me by his real name, so I don't know if I can say.
So
There is nobody named Spiff in our chip count.
He says, Jay's kidding. Hi, Spiff. I guess that means Spiff's in. You there, Don's had a few beverages, adult beverages, perhaps.
I'm looking at the chip counts while Carl Mann debates what to do here. I'm going to count how many different countries are represented amongst the remaining 17 players.
Carl Mann. It's just under half Carl's stack if he does call here.
I count 9 different countries represented.
He lets it go. Good fold, Carl Mann. Spiff is Aaron's moderator. Oh, of course. Who's Aaron?
Oh, Aaron from the thing that needs a moderator.
Oh. So we're just playing this game?
9 different countries represented here. Something that's standing out to me is 3 players from Portugal are still in, and this is something that was actually pinging my radar earlier this summer at the World Series of Poker with the success of Portuguese players. I think there was even a bracelet winner or 2. It seems like that contingent has come on strong, and it's something I've been around the poker world for a long time, and you see certain rises of contingents, right? Russian players at one point, German players at another, Brazilian players, and it just seems like they have a come up, and right now it very well could be the Portugal contingent, at least well represented here in the 2023 PokerNews Cup.
T Shilling 01 on Twitch says, "Let's go, Tim." Indeed, man. Tim's been fun to watch here on this feature table. We are playing down to the final table tonight. 17 players remain currently. Everyone's got a locked up 9,795. Once we hit 15, that's when we get to see those 5 digits. 12,360 going home to 15th, 14th, and 13th place. Then our final payouts tonight will be 12th, 11th, and 10th, I believe. Those will take home 15,995. If you do make it to the final table, 9th plays 21,920, and first plays 218,605. Bounties are still in play, of course, and there is one big bounty left, $50,000, which is our 3rd largest bounty. Just one left with 17 players in the tournament. Fun moment. Kirk with the ace-jack offsuit from Undergun +3. Raised to 250,000. Umberto in the big blind is last to act, and king-queen offsuit is thinking about it. It's a min open, just 2 bigs, so it'd just be one more big to call if he does. Just it looks like he will continue there.
And the blinds did recently increase 75,000 in the small blind, 125,000 in the big, as well as the big blind ante.
And boom, Umberto goes from last to first, flopping 2 pair with his king-queen offsuit. He's got the king of spades as well, but Kirk has the ace of spades, flopping and gut shot straight draw. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't make any changes there. Umberto is going to put out some chips here, it looks like.
Give me 2 back. Give me 2 back. I'm talking about. It's 250, 25K chips.
You see how much that was, Chad? It's like 5 pinks and 3 grays, I think.
4 pinks and 3 gray, 475,000.
You did that like 3 or 4 times a turn.
So his spade no accounts, and he says, let's just release the ace jack. Umberto taking a nice pot. Continuing to build.
All right, I need your big blind. Big blind right here.
Oh, we're losing our steakhouse guy.
You're the big blind.
At least for the time being, could make it to the final table. Just got to balance things out here.
That's right. All right, that means we got 16 players left. Let's go back and look at a few of these recent bust outs. 17th was Rafael Sorrentino, taking him 97.95. 18th was, of course, Brent Burrows, our table. Jacob Thibodeau finished in 19th for 7,775. 20th was Michael Jagru. Yan Yu in 21st, and back to Viet Vo finishing in 22nd for 64.15. Here we go. Kirk with the queen 10 offsuit under the gun +1 is going to release. And we'll see some more folds there. It looks like, oh, Forrest is thinking for a second. Let's it go. Tim with the king queen suited and the nice hair. Looks like a min raise. Yeah, it's going to be 275 makes it. Pierce is next to act on the button, and we cannot see his cards, unfortunately. But Pierce is going to let go. Over to Umberto with the king 7 small. Releases it. All right. Johnny with the jack 8 offsuit. Just over a big blind to call if he wants to continue. He's got 3.4 million behind. I mean, We'll see what he says.
It's an interesting point in the tournament. All these players wanting to make the final table. They can smell it. It's right there. That's where the big money is. And it's great to make it this far. But as we're looking at it right now, if you were to bust in 16th place, you're going to walk home with $9,795. One more pay jump gets you up to $12,360. And by pay jump, I mean just one more player.
You said walk home. A lot of these guys can't walk home. Do you see where they're from?
Well, that's to go home. But if you make the final table, you're up to $21,000, almost $22,000. Would be the least amount you take. And, of course, first place, $218,000. So a lot on the line, and that's why I think we've seen things kind of slow down here.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, we lost, I don't know what it was. We lost like 11 players within an hour span there. And so these stacks have gotten considerably deeper than they were.
So true, so true. Thinking One Respect on YouTube says, Pierce is giving me Cabral 30-second diva vibes. What do you think, Chad?
I don't think I don't get those vibes. No, he certainly isn't as talkative. I don't think I've heard him say anything except for when he celebrated after picking off the bluff of Tim Garles. I think he had a great reaction when he won one of the $100,000 bounties earlier today.
That was Pierce?
Oh, not Pierce. Oh, I thought you talked Vid.
Oh, no, we're talking Pierce.
Pierce. Oh, yeah. Pierce is definitely taking his time on a few accounts. So my bad. I was thinking Vid.
Now, I actually asked authentically because I was over at the Doyle Brunson Memorial this morning, so I missed the first one. So I wasn't sure if he did hit one, but no. All right, there's the not the big money. There's the chips we have here on the table. Seats 1 through 9.
There's not 10 at the table.
No.
There's only 8, so that was inaccurate at some point somehow. Unless those were the, yeah.
I think the seat locations, I'm pretty sure. But all good, all good. How about that T-shirt, Chad? That PokerNews Cup T-shirt the dealer's wearing.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It's just good-looking shirt, good marketing. Look at it, it sits above the chair. I know dealers like it because it's part of their uniform. They can wear this shirt instead of a button-up.
And it's hot outside, man.
Exactly.
Here in Vegas right now, my goodness. Well over 100.
And those were just the dealer shirts. You cannot get those. They were not given away. I'll keep my eye open at my thrift store hunts in a year or two.
We do see a fold of the Jack 4 there. Do you see that Robbie J. Lou got knocked out of something recently with the Jack 4? I'm pretty sure it was at the WCP.
I did not. I did see that she tried her luck down here at the PokerNews Cup, but did not make it through to day 2.
I think it was the Colossus. She jammed with Jack 4 and got called. And like, I never won with this hand. Uh-oh. Guy ponders Jack 4 offsuit every hand. I mean... Chad, guess what's on Wednesday?
The new season of Survivor.
Really?
No, I don't know.
My birthday.
Oh, July 5th.
Yeah, what a piece of shit you are. Aces for Kirk, though.
Unfortunately for him, probably not going to get much action. Or I spoke too soon.
Oh, Vid in the small blind making some moves here. He has a chip stack.
And he does pop it. 350,000.
Yep.
That's a healthy raise out of the small blind here. Let's see how Kirk wants to proceed. I wouldn't mind him just flatting.
Yeah.
Flatting with the plan of getting it in on the flop, no matter what. But he isn't gonna, he's just gonna go in right now and that's going to take it down. Vid with just queen 3. Doesn't have much of anything.
Says release, release. MVR92 asks, any Portuguese player in that 16 left?
3 Portuguese players were in by my last count. Let me pull up my list and see what we have. We still have from Portugal Humberto Lopez Galindo, Rui Buquois, and Vasco Batista. Now, all of these guys are kind of in the back half of chip counts right now, but still 3 remaining.
There you go. We do have not 1, not 2, but 3 Portuguese players still in the event. All right, Chad, you're a gambling man. Ace 4 is King 10. We'll keep on this hand as well. It is 10:30 p.m. here in the West Coast. We got 16 players left with a big pile of money they're playing for. How much longer do you think this is going to go?
Well, I still have been around these situations from MSPT, all the tournaments I've live reported over the years, and I know that it could still be a slog to the point where maybe we lose 1 player a level, and we still got to lose at least 6, maybe 7 players. We should still be another 4 hours here. I hope not. I'll knock on wood, Jesse, but I just don't want to get your hopes up too much.
Oh, my hopes aren't up. Don't worry about me, buddy. No. All right, so you're saying you're drawing the line at 4 hours?
I'm going to say I would really like to be out here within the next 4 hours.
I'll take the under, okay?
All right.
I'll take the optimistic under. Oh, well, we do have a break coming up, though, so maybe that is a pretty decent guess. Back in a bit. Thanks. Thank you, more respect. See you in a bit, dude. We are live on Twitch and on YouTube. If you have any questions, you want to hang out and chat with us, please jump in, give us some comments. Chad is a bracelet winner. It is just an employee event bracelet, so it's not real, but
it would have been real if you would have won one this year.
That's true. I finished in 33rd. I came as close as I could. Oh, man. That was so much fun, Chad.
It was a good way to start the summer. I ended up finishing in 60th place, so both of us deep runs. It was fun. You can see there by the chip counts, nobody in the immediate danger zone.
The ballroom we're in is nearly empty now. But man, if you could have been here on day 1C, which was, oh my gosh, what day is it today? Today is Monday. So on Saturday, every table in this whole place was put to use for this event. It was so much fun to see it. The energy was so high. King 9 Sue from Pierce on the gun +1.
Looks like he's essentially going to go all in. He's leaving 100,000 chip behind.
That's right. Big move from so early in position, I mean. Ooh. I like Johnny's ace-5 here, but not in the hijack position. If it was on the button or the small, maybe. But I think he's got too many players to his left to make this call or raise with ace-5. What do you think, Chad?
Yeah, I think I mean, if he's going to, I would like to see a raise It's one of those, if you're just going to put in 800,000 and then somebody behind you blows you off the hand, and it's just wasted chips. And look, he's got 3.3 million, which is a decent stack, but 800,000 of that is a pretty big chunk.
Big chunk for sure.
And he is just going to let it go. I think it's just too much. If it was 500,000, even 600,000, might have seen a call there, but as it is, lets it go, and I think it's probably the right move. But we'll see if anybody wakes up with anything in the blinds. Doesn't look like it, unless Kyle wants to get frisky with the Robbie.
Pretty unlikely.
Or Forrest Raleigh here. He does have 75,000 invested. 725,000 to him. He does have a bigger stack. Queen 9 suited. Little does he know he would be dominated.
I mean, it's a good spot if you think you're live with the suited.
And like, let's face it, if there was not a 50K bounty available,
Yeah,
easy fold, right?
exactly,
Like, you're not
exactly.
incentivized. But with
Exactly.
50,000 potential bounty draw,
Which is basically fifth place money.
right, it makes it very enticing. And he is so enticing, he's just going to jam it and get it in. But as we
Yeah.
said, Forrest going for the bounty, only going to discover that he is a big underdog, 3-1 underdog here. And now Pierce is giving me
Yeah.
vibes.
Yeah.
You're calling. You raised 800,000 of your
He's
900,000.
looking over there. Is there a pay jump?
All right, so okay, yeah, there is a pay jump, so I get this. This is a tactic a lot of poker players use.
Yeah,
Wants to
hold
see
on.
if anybody busts over there.
Right. Yeah. 16th pays 97.95. 15th pays 12,360. Healthy near. I mean, $2,500 pay jump. That's 2 entries into this beast, man. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I get it now here.
Table 22.
Oh, and someone calls clock on him.
Somebody doesn't like it, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
It's their tournament too, and they need.
The levels
Yep.
are only climbing up, man. He makes the call, of course.
And he is a big favorite
Oh, yeah.
to double up here. Let's see if Pierce can hold or if Forrest will get lucky. I think he's going to hold. Well, maybe not. There's his gut shot there. A 10 would do it for Forrest.
10 would do it. That's right.
Top pair for Pierce has him in good shape. Just got to dodge a 10. One of them was folded pre-flop. Only 3 left in the deck. And that's not one of them. So a double up here for Pierce.
Yeah.
1 million.
So, Chad, you head out of town in just about less than 24 hours.
24 hours is my flight. And I got to be at the airport a little bit sooner than that. So
Do you get back before the World Series ends?
I do. I'll get back about a week before, 6 days before. So I'll catch the end of the main event.
Oh, it's awesome.
And close things out. So I'm excited about that. Excited that the PokerNews Cup was a huge success and is nearing the end. Tomorrow the final table will play out. These players will return at 2 p.m. local time. And tomorrow marks the last day of the 2023 Grand Poker Series here at the Golden Nugget. There are still a few side events on the schedule tomorrow, one-day tournaments. If you haven't been to the Golden Nugget yet this summer, you have one last chance. Come check it out. You get to see the final table in action. I can't wait to see who becomes this year's PokerNews Cup champion.
It will be fun, especially that 50K bounty is still in play. My gosh. Make it so much more fun. Humberto with the king-queen suited will go ahead and open for a min raise.
There was a mystery bounty event not long ago where the final table all agreed to chop, but then it became in this instance, they worked an ICM deal for the prize pool, but everybody had a bounty remaining, right? So what they decided upon and the venue let them do was each of them was able to go redeem their own bounty. And there was still a considerable big bounty remaining, only one, and the short stack went first and nabbed it.
Oh, that's cool.
Can't remember the
so
exact
funny.
specifics, but it was pretty funny to see them go from short stack and get the big one. It looks like we're probably heading on break here, Jesse.
Kyle with the ace-jack offsuit has a decision to make here. He's got 1.2 million behind. That's just around 10 bigs. He's just going through the big one. Oh, or did he?
So he's 3-bet it here with the
Oh, I
ace-jack
understand.
of the small blind. Tim going to release from the big. Action back on Humberto, who initially raised. It'll be interesting. Will any of these players go redeem a bounty chip on the break and take a shot at the $50,000 top bounty remaining?
We will not go live to see, unfortunately, because I'm out here in the booth. But we will find out when we return from break for sure. So it's a raise, a 3-bet to 875. Leaving 475K behind. And Umberto, of course, with well over 4 million. Oh yeah, here we go. Umberto has jammed all in. Kyle with the ace-jack offsuit. With only 4 bigs behind, all not even 4. Again, they're just trying to confirm that he does make the call, turns over the ace-jack.
Sorry, I was just trying to say words. I understand.
They understand these pay jumps are getting big here. All right, so it's Kyle's ace-jack offsuit versus Umberto's king-queen suited,
Kyle, almost 2-1 favorite here.
but at risk. Ace in the window.
Bingo. Takes a hammer lock on the hand and locks it up on the turn.
Right, that's right.
That's always nice. In a spot like that, your heart gets thumping, you're at risk, and you just pair the card you need to right off the bat. And you can see there the updated chip counts. Small blind is still 16 big, so fairly deep right now at this featured table. And it looks like we are going to head on a little break.
We'll stay with you.
All right, so we've got Kyle here. We're ready to go for the first bounty of the PokerNews Cup 2023. Get your hand in there, pick one out, my mate. There you go. So open it from right to left. Let's get that. There you go, on the right side. Just in that gap there, we'll pull it out. We got one there. That's $1,000. Congratulations. Yeah, take it with you. I believe you take it back to your table and then sort it out afterwards. All right, we got Ronnie.
Come on, baby!
Pulling that second bounty of the day. Whack it down here so we can pull it out and sweat it for the camera. That is $1,000.
Is that the second biggest?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, we got
Go
1,000.
on. Head through there, take it back to you.
Hold on to it.
Yeah, hold on to it. Thank you very much. Got another one. There's your chip. We ready to go straight away?
I just reach in.
Yeah, reach in, pick out your one. What's your name? Sorry, mate. Zach. We got Zach here. Third bounty, 2023 PokerNews Cup. We'll go here.
Two or is it one?
It's just one. So there's a ledge there. Pull that one, slide out right to left. Give us a nice little sweat.
hold on.
Yeah, we got to figure out these
I have
envelopes.
to open it, right?
Yeah. Slide it open.
Oh, these envelopes are soft.
You got to work for good things, man. You got to work for the good. You got to work for the surprise.
I guess so.
Oh, here we go.
All right, let's see what we got.
We get there. We got $1,000 bucks. $1,000. All right, congratulations, mate. Hard luck. You keep that on you. You take it back with your table, and I think you can take it to the payout desk after. All right, yep. So 3 bounties for this man. 1, 2, and 3. Should we go one at a time? So we're going to go right here, open up the left side, and give us a little sweat for the camera up top, all right? Yep, so, yeah, can we get them down there, please? There we go. That's $1,000, $1,000. Second one coming, flip. That's 1,000, I think. That's $3,000, my friend. Congratulations. Andrew. Hello, Andrew.
How you doing, mate?
Not too bad, mate. Not too
I'm
bad.
going to go as quickly as possible.
Quickly as possible. You still in play?
I'm sure, and I've chopped this bounty with...
Oh, you've chopped this bounty with someone else. All right, Andrew, let's get it open. So we'll go down here. Yep, you can slide that open.
$1,000.
$1,000, guaranteed, mate. Congratulations. Get yourself right back. All right, we have Shane. He's going to pull one out. It's $1,000.
What do I keep that?
Yep, keep a hold of that, mate, and bring it back to you.
Cool. Thanks.
No worries, mate. All right, so we got Kanye ready for his bounty.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Get your hands in there. Let's pick one out. If you throw it under the PokerNews logo, and we'll get a little sweat for the cameras. You're gonna rip it. Let's go. Let's go. That's $1,000.
Like me. Better than 500.
Congratulations, my friends.
Thank you, bud.
No worries. We got another bounty straight into there. What's your name, sorry, mate?
Tom.
Tom, nice to meet you. I'm Liam. There should be a slip on the side here that you can sweat out to pull. We'll throw it down there, unhook that little bit on the inside, and we'll sweat it out. Or we'll go super quick. We can go super quick. That's $1,000. You want to hold on to that?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hey, guys.
Hello, what's your name, mate?
Pierre.
Pierre, nice to meet you. You only doing the one?
No, I do 2.
Do 2?
Yes.
All right, you want to pick out 2? Pierre from France?
No, just the name.
Just the name?
Yeah.
Okay. We got 2. So there's a if you want to throw them down here, there's a slide on this side that you unhook and pull.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There you go, you got it. So if you want to throw it down there, we can sweat it out for the cameras. That's $500. And on the other side, you want to throw it down there. $0, that's $1,000, $1,500. You take those slips, we'll take those envelopes from you. Congratulations, mate. All right, we got 1 bounty for Miguel. 1 bounty for Miguel coming up. Get your hands in there and pick one out, my friend.
Anybody have a payout? 3?
There you go. So if you want to pop it down here, there should be if you flip this over, it's like a little slide there where you can unhook it on side and give us a little sweat.
Okay.
Yeah, get that, yeah. I see 1 0. I see 2 zeros. That's 3 zeros. That's always a good sign. 1, that's $1,000, my friend. It's $1,000. That's a buy-in back. You take that. You take that. That one felt a bit better. That one felt a bit better. We got one more? Sorry, what's your name, mate?
Matt.
Matt, I'm Liam. 1 bounty there. Get your hands in there and pull one out. All right, so if you can pop it down on here, there should be a little, there you go, you see that on the inside? Rip out the little half of the black, and then we can sweat it out a little bit. I see 1 0. I see a 5. That's $1,500. That's all right. That's good. $1,500. We take those.
We take those.
Congratulations, mate. Nice one. All right, so you're gonna get your hands in there and pick out an envelope. Should be a little hook on the inside that you pull it out and give us a sweat for the cameras. Right, so pop it down there. You see it's there. Flop that round. That's $1,000. $1,000. You can keep a hold of that ticket. We'll take the envelope from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you keep a hold of that. Congratulations, mate. And another one straight away. What's your name, mate?
Sam.
Sam, nice to meet you. I'm Liam. We've got 1 bounty for Sam, so we're going to pull one out and then we're going to pop it down here, a little bit of a sweat for the cameras, all right? Take your pick, mate. Choice is yours. All right, so if we flip it over, there's a little opening there where we can pull it out. You'll have to scrape the top bit of the envelope out first, but... There we go. That's $2,000, biggest one yet. Congratulations, my friend. You hold on to that ticket, we'll take the envelope from you. Congratulations, mate. What's your name, mate?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Sedna.
Jimmy, we got Jimmy. One bounty. Get your hands in there, pick one out. Just throw it right underneath the PokerNews logo. It'll give us a little bit of a sweat. There should be an opening on the side that you can pull out of. Throw it down there for us and give us a little bit of a sweat. That's $1,000. You take $1,000. Call on that ticket, mate. Congratulations. You want to get your hands in there? There should be an opening on the side. If you throw it down under the PokerNews logo, we'll do a little bit of a sweat for the camera. So the camera's up there. You see there's a little opening here. So if you want to unhook the bit and then pull it out slow as you like. So we got 1 0. We got 2 zeros. That's 3 zeros and $1,000 for Michael. Take your pick, Raphael. This one's feeling lucky. I can feel it, man. There's a little break in the envelope on the side. Pop it down there. Oh, he's going for the bold strategy. I like it. Opening from the top. 3 zeros and a 1. That's $1,000. Hold on to that. You take that with you. We'll take the envelope. Thank you. One bouncy coming up for Shane. We got 1 in there. There's the opening on that side. We'll pop it and pull it right to left. There we go. That's $1,000. You take that. You take the ticket. We'll take the envelope. Congratulations, mate. Grab one out of there. There should be an opening on the side. We'll put it down on the side. There you go. He's got his ticket. So the opening's there.
Okay.
Go right to left across the envelope's folded in. So you got to pull out the little ledge.
Oops.
There we go. I see 1 0. That's always a good start.
Good.
That's 3 zeros. That's generally a good start as well. Comma and it's a 1. That's $1,000. Congratulations. You take the, we can take the envelope. You keep that. Nice one. There's going to be a little envelope, like a little uptick on the right side. We'll pop that down under the PokerNews logo and we'll give yourself a sweat. He's got 1 bounty. There you go. Other side. There you go. There's the opening. That's $1,000. $1,000. Congratulations, my friend. Yep, let's go. We're pulling bounties. We're pulling bounties. Get your hand in there. Pick one.
I have to mix it up.
Yeah, that looks like a good shuffle to me. That looks like a good shuffle.
Perfect job. This one is the right one. Okay.
This one's the right one. So there's a little opening on that side there. We'll pop it underneath the PokerNews logo and we'll sweat it for the cameras. I see the envelope. That's a good sign.
Doesn't work.
That's 1 1 and 3 0. That's $1,000. $1,000. We take those. We take those. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Have to keep it with me?
Yeah, keep that ticket with you.
Thank you.
So we have 1 bounty there. We're just going to pull one out. We'll pop it under the PokerNews logo and we'll sweat it for the cameras. All right. So get your hands in there and pick which one you're feeling, man. Is that feeling good? All right. There should be a little lift on this side of the envelope. So unhook that bit and then we can pull the ticket out. There we go. Just pop it under there for us. Yep. Slowly pull it out.
Sweat, all sweats.
I can see a 0. 2 zeros is good.
It's a good start.
That's 3 zeros.
Holy shit.
That's a comma. That's 1. That's 1,000. We take 1,000. You take that one. We keep these. There you go. Was that one a bit better then? We got 1 bounty. So yeah. So envelope. There'll be a sealed side like this and an unsealed side like this. We got to unhook this bit and then sweat it out underneath the PokerNews logo for the cameras. So we got Ben. He's gonna pick his first bounty.
How much am I worth, Ben? You're worth $100K to me, buddy.
Get that out and then slowly for the sweat. Come on. I see 3 zeros. That's good. That's a comma and that's a 1. That's $1,000. $1,000.
You're judging me.
We can take the envelope. You keep the ticket. And 1 more bounty. What's your name? Sorry.
Norman.
Norman. Nice to meet you. I'm Liam. Got 1 bounty for Norman. Again, I'll show you how we did it. There's one sealed side like this, and this will be underneath. We unhook this, and then we'll pull it out slowly for the sweat. So feel free to get your hands in there and pick out your bounty, my friend. Straight off the top, no, so we'll throw it down here. And you see there's opening on the side of there. We'll pull out that little bit on the side of the envelope. There we go. And then for all the sweats. That's 3 zeros. That's always a good start. That's one. That's $1,000. Congratulations, mate. Hello, what's your name, mate?
Alexander.
Alexandra. I'm Liam. Nice to meet you. We got one bounty. So the envelope will come like this. This will be tucked inside. We unhook this, and then we'll pop it down here, and we'll go sweat for the cameras. Okay? Get your hands in there and pick out one bounty, mate. Which one's feeling good? Which one's feeling good? This is the one that's calling your name? All right, flip it over, So this way down here, we'll unhook this side and then we'll sweat it out.
You're doing this side?
No. So this open. There we go. All right, slowly now, slowly. We got 1 0, 2 0. 3 zeros is a great start. That's a comma. That's a 2. That's $2,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. You hold on to that. We'll put this on side. You hold on to that. Congratulations, mate. Nice one.
All right, welcome back. Cards are already in the air. Blinds are up to 75K, 150, 150. 16 players remain. I'm Jesse Fullen. With me is one of my best friends in the world, Chad Holloway.
I did verify on that break, Jesse, that the 50K bounty is still in play, and a lot of players are reserving their bounty draws. Tim Garles apparently has 8 chips to redeem.
Oh, mama. What is he waiting for?
You know, I talked to him on a break earlier in the day, and he said when it comes to these sort of bounty events, he just prefers to focus on the tournament at hand and the regular prize pool, right, with stuff that's kind of more in control, if you will, because the bounty is just pure luck, right? You redeem your thing and draw an envelope and hope it gets there. So he figures that will take care of itself one way or the other. Let me focus on the poker, and so far it's working for him.
All right, check this out. Vid, whose cards we can't see, opens to 300K in the undergun +2 position. Kirk in the hijack with pocket 9s and 2.1 million. Let's figure out what his next step is. Nines feels a little too strong to flat here. But he does. Four slowly down the 6-5 suited, 7 deuce off. Kyle. Let's it go. We'll see Tim throw an ace-8 off away and queen 10 off from Pierce. May see him, wait a minute.
It's interesting for Pierce with queen 10, 150,000, the min raise to him. You have the raise, you have a call, getting a good price, but decides, no, I'm going to preserve my stack, let those two go heads up.
That's right. Heads up to a flop.
And Pierce, no doubt, wishing he put in 150,000 because he would have flopped trip 10s.
Yeah, just one more big. That's all we're taking. But no, not today. Kirk feeling pretty strong with the pocket 9s. Vid will check.
Kirk double checking his pocket 9s. He does have a heart. Backdoor heart draw. We don't know of Vid. We don't know anything about Vid's hand other than he raised from early position.
And he has 2 cards. Oh, we got an all in.
So we're going to know here in a minute if Vid has a big pocket pair. Doesn't look like it. You would think he would call if he had pocket jacks, queens, kings, or aces.
Vid has 5.8 behind. Kirk just 1.8. Chad, in the world where Vid has something like pocket sevens, sixes, sevens, or eights, and open to 300K, and then checks on a 10-3-10 with no heart. Do you call here with that pocket pair? What do you think here?
I lean towards probably not. Just the way that Kirk flatted the raise would indicate that. Does he have a bigger pocket pair than my 6, 7, 8s, whatever they might be? Or best case scenario, he probably has a hand like ace queen, ace king suited, it being hearts.
Yeah.
We will never know though. Vid's hand will remain a mystery.
Hits the muck. Hits the muck.
And these guys have to be feeling it at this point too, right? They've been playing for over 11 hours. Had some breaks, dinner break in there, but even still, it's been a long day for them.
Oh, and I don't know how many of these players made it through day 1C. Because that was a long starting day, which was just, the day before.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So they could be going on a lot. I mean, this has been a grueling marathon here. Pocket jiggities for Kirk.
First pocket nines, now pocket jacks, and back-to-back hands.
It's gotta feel good, buddy.
Ooh, and right behind him with pocket nines, Forrest. We could see a bit of a collision here. And there's still the cutoff button and blinds to get through.
Opens to the minimum. What?
I'm guessing that was not pocket nines.
Maybe not.
Maybe so, but
maybe not.
I don't know what we've seen out of Forrest all feature table long. He's not the type of person to just fold nines.
But does Kirk open under the gun, or under the +2 with less than nines?
I mean, yes, potentially for a min raise.
Yeah.
You just don't fold nines there. I'm gonna say that one was either a card reading error or he misread his hand potentially. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I don't know.
You'd think he would at least peel.
Umberto with a queen jack suited.
It's a min raise to him, 130,000, or 150,000 rather. Queen jack suited, gonna be good enough to see a flop. I don't blame him. I would do the same thing. And look at that, 2 spades on the flop gives Humberto the flush draw.
The scary ace. Probably enough to make Kirk slow down just a little bit.
Kirk taking his time with this decision.
He did check. Looks, you see the 9 of hearts
I
on the
did not.
turn.
I was taking my time looking at the next card.
Umberto's bet is quickly called. Kirk with his jacks. No spade in the river means Kirk is the winner with that ace of spades. Might be something he has to consider here. Sounds like we're going to see a big hand or hear about a big hand in about half an hour.
This hand is certainly taking a long time to play out. Umberto was thinking about making a play at it, but checks it. Kirk going to check behind and win it with his pocket jacks.
Kirk pick up a nice little stack of chips right there. Kirk up to 24 bigs, 3.6. That takes him the 4th best stack. Forrest with 39 bigs is our current leader here at the table. Chad, I'm familiar with. I'm so tired, Chad. You saw Indiana Jones. What do you think?
No spoilers, Jesse, for the listeners out there.
It's a movie. It's out.
Yeah, but it just came out this weekend. You know, I think you got to give it a couple of weeks.
All right, never mind.
But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed
like
my
Fish
movie
School?
experience.
How do you like the 4th one? That's been out for 10 years.
That what?
The 4th one's been out for 10 years. I like that one.
That one was quite terrible.
That was indeed. Was this one better?
It's
or
funny,
worse?
when I was in the booth with Nathan Gamble for the first 2 hours, he said, "Can we talk about X, Y, and Z?" And I said, "Of course," because by the end of this, I'm probably going to devolve to me talking about the new Indiana Jones movie. And here we are 8 hours later.
That is funny. Did not know you said that's hilarious. Look at us.
I've done enough live streams over the years, especially with the MSPT Mid-States Poker Tour, where sometimes it's late, you've been doing it for a long time, the action isn't cooperating, the players are quiet, the hands aren't there, and you just got to fill the time.
I mean,
we could have done a live stream version of Calling the Clock, one of our popular segments from the Chad and Jesse Poker Show that we've been doing twice a week from the 2023 World Series of Poker.
Yeah, no, not this hour.
Phil Hellmuth winning bracelet number 17.
How crazy is that?
Yeah, that was technically earlier today. It was early morning hours, 10K, super turbo. It was weird. I woke up in the morning and one of my writers that I work with said, "How about Hellmuth?" And, "What do you mean?" And then it clicked in my head, like, wait, did he somehow win? And sure enough, and it just happened in a very quiet manner in the corner of the Paris, because that's the way these one-day turbos are. You know, and there's people I've seen on social media asking, "Well, why wasn't this streamed?" and this and that. And I said, "It's streaming is not a lot of flexibility."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you can't build a stream on a super turbo like that that goes until that. Plus, it wasn't going to go out that late. They were going to stop, but because Hellmuth was going to be part of the Doyle Memorial, I think it was, or not just him, but
Phil Ivey was there too.
Yeah, I made the final table.
Yeah.
All right, heads up between Pierce and Johnny. Johnny checks his King Jack. And Pierce with the Queen 4 and the position.
Yeah, if you're going to raise the button with Queen 4 and it checks to you on the flop, you better be willing to fire again.
That's absolutely right.
But Johnny not going away quite yet. He does have the backdoor nut flush draw. Now he picks up a double gutter straight draw, a queen or a 9 would give him a straight. Of course, Pierce has one of the queens. And as it happens, Johnny has the best hand with the best draw, 94% favorite if this hand gets to the end. Let's see. Does go check, check, and bingo on the river for Johnny.
Bingo, bango, bongo. That's Broadway.
Yeah, makes the Broadway straight, and Pierce ends up pairing. Makes second pair now, pair of queens. And the way Johnny has checked this, hard to put him on an ace. He might be able to extract a little value here. I think if he tosses out like 300,000, he might get paid. It looks like he's going a little heavier.
Oh, yeah, that's way heavier.
650, I think there, maybe 550. We'll break it down.
Half pot, maybe.
Yeah, the ratio to the pot, I don't have a problem with. It's what is Pierce going to be willing to invest? He's got 1.4 million, so 575,000.
Yeah.
Just the way it went check, check on the turn, could probably discount an ace for Pierce. So you really want to target a hand like a queen, that pairing on the river, or one pair of hands.
Is there a world where Johnny could put him on a missed flush draw?
And there's certainly a world where Pierce could put Johnny on the
Pierce,
yeah. He does have a kicker problem.
Oh, yeah.
What will Pierce decide to do? 575,000, more than a third of his remaining stack. And he does let it go. Looks pained to do so, but will be happy when he sees this back on the stream. However, Pierce now down to just 9 big blinds.
The shortest stack at the table.
Tell me. Stay up.
Who was it you said had so many bounties at the table?
Tim Garl's there in the 6th seat.
Okay. And I can see Pierce's little stack of green chips over there too.
Yeah, I've heard a few players are holding on to some of them, so.
Yep. Ooh, Forrest. The ace king suited. Undergun +1. Oh, Kirk. Kirk remembers. Oh, that's right. I'm on the gun. Yep. Release. All right, Forrest takes its shot at, opens to just 300K, folds around the Tim with the pocket fours. Sit in the hijack late position. releases it. Pierce the Jack Deuce will release as well. Berto, we couldn't see his cards, but he gets rid. It looks like it's going to fold through. Yep. All right.
Well, here's a fun fact, Jesse, about the Golden Nugget playing host to the PokerNews Cup. Now, this was established in 1946 by Guy McAfee. He owned a bunch of hotels and casinos in that era, the 1940s, and supposedly was involved with organized crime, as a lot of people in Vegas back then were rumored to be. But he's actually the one who coined the term Las Vegas Strip. And so his legacy will live on in that regard, as well as the Golden Nugget here.
Wow. My favorite bit of history in the Golden Nugget is back when Steve Wynn owned the property. I think it was in like the 80s, maybe 90s as well, that he owned it. One thing I remember very well is that he had a line of commercials with Frank Sinatra, where it'd be him and Frank like walking through the property, and Frank like just razzing him, making him feel like, oh, a little kid type of stuff. I used to work at the Wynn, and I remember Buddy made me watch all those commercials on YouTube, and it was so much fun. The Golden Nugget definitely is a remarkable property that's just been here this entire time. I mean, some properties, of course, the Flamingo, Caesars have a nice history as well. But Golden Nugget being on Fremont in downtown, seeing those changes, it's a lot of fun to remember.
I Googled fun things about the Golden Nugget, and one of them listed here, Jesse, is a trick you've tried to tell me before. Put a $20 bill down, and you just might get an upgrade.
Oh, wow.
You've told me about your trick here in Vegas where you might slip a $20 bill to the person at the front desk.
Not might.
You do, and you claim to get upgraded.
Do you?
And
the way you say this makes me think that you're actually don't think I'm telling you the truth when I tell you my stories.
Don't you remember when I finally worked up the courage to try it, and I was left embarrassed when the agent gave me my $20 back, and I texted you. I'm like, dude, I just made a fool of myself.
It happens sometimes. Yeah, I'll pull yourself my ass. No, you're fine. Chad, the technique is, I mean, it's like this, Chad. A pickup line won't work at every bar, okay? With every person you try on. It works in certain places.
My pickup lines do.
Works in certain places with certain people, okay? That's just how this trick works. What you do is take your ID and your credit card, you slip a 20 in between, or a bigger bill because it is 2023. 20 is not worth what it used to be worth. If you slip something like that in the middle, you pass it when you're going to check in, and you say the following words. Would you check to see if there are any complimentary upgrades available? You put your card down. The way it works is the front desk agents, and especially in Vegas, at every hotel, as far as I know, are given an amount of money to work with to upgrade mostly VIPs, right? But cash tip is just as nice as a VIP, so they might use some of that money to upgrade your room instead of theirs. So I've had some great opportunities.
What Jesse is not sharing is the little step he takes afterwards. Is he gets these agents to give him the upgrade, and here's your key, sir. Enjoy your stay. He walks away and then turns around and comes back and is like, "Oh, did you see it in a $20 bill? I seem to have misplaced it or dropped it."
I did.
And makes them give it back.
Never, this guy. One time, you guys, I made Chad Holloway so mad.
I feel like I'd pay $20 for an elimination right about now. Get this thing going. We've been stuck at 16 players for a good amount of time here. Not surprising. We did lose, I think, 11. We went from 27 down to 16 incredibly fast.
Yes. We've been stuck here at 16 for at least 10 minutes, maybe 5.
We are not in this alone, however. We do have our reporters out on the floor, Liam Gannon and Callum Grant. Been doing a great job all week long.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, Glenn and his crew at Gorilla Gaming on the stream. They're all in it with us. The dealer. We also have some people manning the envelope drum because gaming requires that be under lock and key.
Oh, yeah.
Shotguns.
I do miss that from the World Series.
I was just laughing and thinking, like, I want a job.
It's curious to carry those shotguns and they bring out the tray of money back in the early 2000s. Oh my gosh, those are so much fun to watch.
I would love for one of my WSOPs to just be me standing at the feature table by a pile of money with a shotgun. It doesn't have to be loaded. It can be prop.
Are you familiar with Virginia City?
I'm not.
It's a little place, northern Nevada, just outside Reno, close to Tahoe. But it's this old mining city, and it's like definitely like a tourist attraction now. Like it's an old west type of place with like old saloons and stuff like that. And there's a place where I took my wife and kids, and we got a photo taken in that old timey thing. And I think everyone but Becca is holding a shotgun. It's the dumbest shit ever. We're all wearing cowboy outfits, and my youngest, Harper, who's now 11, is holding like a little tiny pistol. one that's her size. Lucy and I are holding shotguns like we're just been out hunting. Oh, it's great. And Becca is like basically a lady of the night. Is her? Yeah, it's good times. I'll show it to you sometime.
You know, Josie, we're getting to the point. Maybe I should just leave you in the booth for a little while I run down Fremont Street and grab us some evil pie.
This is a real thing. This is real. I think you should get the hell out of here right now.
Evil pie is pretty good.
Good Lord, yeah, it is.
Are they open all night? Would they be open this late?
I think so. Oh yeah, this late. It's only what, 11:30. For a long time their hours were whatever to 4:20. They would close at 4:20. Don't know why. Well, weird time, but
strange that.
I know, right?
All right, we are having a dealer change. Blind still 75,000 in the small blind, 150,000 in the big, with an equal big blind ante. Speaking of aunties, I'd like to wish my Aunt Deb a happy birthday back in Wisconsin.
You don't have an Aunt Deb.
I actually do, and it really is her birthday.
Don't fall for it, guys.
That's the great thing, is my truth and my lies are so well balanced that nobody seems to be able to tell the difference.
We just don't care. Chad, I'm gonna miss you, buddy. Do you have to go? Yes.
I am both looking forward to, yet kind of crestfallen to leave during the WSOP and unplug.
Ooh, Kirk
pocket
on the
aces.
button.
Pocket aces again. He had them not long ago, if you recall, and ended up just jamming with them. Did not get any action. He's got too many chips at this point to just open jam. I'd just like to see a min raise, make it look like a button steal or, you know, a button pressure.
Right. Because Forrest with the ace-4 right next to him might make a move with all those chips.
He does raise it, but he teases it up to 375,000 chips. I can't help but wonder if Forrest or Kyle will pick up on that, because as I said, the standard open for the most part of this final table has been just a min raise, a min click. So when you tease it up like this, even for half a blind, I think it is something that an observant player would pick up on. And
it's a red flag,
yeah,
for sure.
Forrest is certainly that, and Kyle seems like he's been on the ball too this final, feature table. So, and sure enough, right now that gets Forrest to just lay down an ace. And it looks like...
No, we're not there yet. There we go.
There they go.
Yeah.
And see, now Kirk, 2 times he's had aces, and 2 times he hasn't gotten too much out of it. Now, don't get me wrong.
Diddly.
Yeah, winning the blinds and antes is great, but when you have a hand like that, you want to maximize value. And I think if he just min clicks it there, I do think we see Forrest call out of the small blind, and then that in turn could price in Kyle with the king 8 for just 1 blind more. But that being said, that increases the chances of aces getting cracked, which they didn't there. So on to the next one. Humberto looking down at 2 paint cards, King, Jack, and back to the min raise. 300,000. Fold by Johnny, fold by Vid. Back to Kirk, no aces this time. 8-3. Can't double down, this isn't blackjack. Tosses it away. Forrest now on the button, also with a King Jack. He is going to make the call. And this is one of those situations we kind of just alluded to now. Because it was a min raise and there was a caller, the player in the big blind, in this case Tim, feels he's getting the right price, so he calls with 6-5 and does make middle pair.
That ace.
Yeah, the ace definitely is going to freeze things. I expect Tim is going to check it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it go check, check behind him. With 3 people in at this point, you got to kind of give your opponents credit for an ace. Tim could potentially test the waters here. Gotta see where he stands with his 6. But he doesn't. It looks like it checked around there.
Yeah.
Everybody doing it pretty coy.
And
Yeah.
Jack of spades will put Tim in 3rd place.
Yeah, Tim went from being out in front to being way behind.
Oh, yeah.
Humberto and Forrest now with the same hand, but of course Humberto with the spade draw.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it checks around for the second time. A brick on the river. Check from Tim. I would expect that either Humberto or Forrest would go for some value here. Target a potential 10 pairing on the river. Does check to Forrest. Could see him going for some value, but then again, against 2 opponents with 3 spades out there and a Broadway draw, you do have some showdown value. An ace would beat you, yeah, so it just checks around. They're going to chop it up.
Safest move. The 6 is no good, Tim. Think your turn over so fast. The 6 is no good. We'll see it chopped up between those 2. And you know what happens, Chad, whenever we get a chop pot? We sing that song together at the same time.
On a 1, 2, 3.
Everyone loves chop pot.
I wasn't ever going to sing. I was just waiting to see if you were going to.
Oh, this is why I like you, buddy. Oh, man.
It's like one of my tricks I like to do when I'm in the bathroom.
I don't want to hear it.
When a friend is in a stall, and, they're in the stall, and I'm in a urinal, and it's just us 2.
Why do you think?
And I can tell somebody's about to walk in. I'll say like, "Hey Jesse, tell me that story you took that bad beat," or like, "Hey Jesse, what was that bad beat you had earlier today?" And then I'll just walk out of the bathroom, and the new person walks in, and then sometimes my friend is just in the stall talking, telling the story.
Oh God. You're such a piece of shit.
Oh, it's so much fun. And
Love
then
it.
I just sit outside with glee, just waiting.
Crying, laughing. Oh my God. This is why.
I am the funniest person that I know. I crack myself up all the time.
Sometimes yeah. Sometimes your jokes just scare me. Remember that time when you sent me a picture of a guy who you thought was Lil Dicky the rapper? I still don't know if that was a joke or not.
No, I really thought that he was at the bar that night.
I was really.
It became clear the next morning when I sobered up a little bit that it wasn't that I had been bluffed, but at the time, it certainly seemed legitimate.
Oh man. Folding around. Kyle on the button here with no aggression before him. Has a king and a button, so he will open to the minimum, 300,000. You don't see Tim's cards, but he does release over to Pierce with the 6 of spades and the 4 diamonds. As he ponders his decision, let me remind you, GorillaGaming.net is a fantastic provider of tables. If you're looking to add a poker table to your home, consider GorillaGaming.net. Glenn and his team are doing our production, but they also built our table that you see before you. They made the felt, the whole thing. They do all these things, and they're great. Pierce, let's go to the 6-4. And we continue. All right, Chad, we got 4 more podcast episodes. You'll miss 2 of them. With our last 2 episodes, who do you wish we get as a guest?
For the Chad and Jesse Poker Show?
That's the one.
I think I'd like, obviously we need Phil Hellmuth at some point, and I do think we'll get him, probably towards the end of the series. But Phil Hellmuth, I think, is an absolute must. I would like to see whoever is going to be Player of the Year, though I don't know if we'll get them in time because the race this year is so tight.
No kidding.
Right? Chris Brewer today just won his second bracelet.
Crap, right, dude?
And he's going to be in the mix now. I think
Matagas and Dave.
I think whoever gets into the Poker Hall of Fame, because that will be announced in about a week, that would be great to have.
Yep.
I think it will probably be Brian Rast, and I would love to have him on the show.
I think you're right, yeah.
So a couple of guys there I think would be great. Be nice to have like a Maria Ho and get her in. There's a lot of good options, and unfortunately not a lot of time slots left.
It's not.
So if you haven't checked it out, please do so. Poker News YouTube channel, the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. We're also putting videos up on Poker News on our social media. We have some fun. Usually the show starts off with Jesse and I picking one main topic to talk about, really diving into it and breaking it down. Then we will go into what's called Calling the Clock, which is 8 topics on the board. We spend 2 minutes on each, going back and forth, debating, breaking down, maybe even agreeing from time to time. And once that clock runs out, the hand topic is dead. We have to move on.
Yep.
And then we finish it off by having a guest. And we've had some big name guests. We've had 10 episodes so far, Jesse. Can we name all the guests?
Ty Stewart.
Ty Stewart started.
Jack McClellan.
Jack McClellan. You got 20% of them.
Okay, no, I can give more, obviously.
I think we had one before Jack McClellan in between, episode 2. Is nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame, alongside your good friend, Norman Chad.
We had Cuz.
Well, we had Cuz.
Oh, Lon McCarran. Oh, that's right, we had wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the episode. So it was Ty Stewart, Lon McCarran, Steve Buckner, a.k.a. Cuz, and then
Jack McClellan?
Then it was Poker Hall of Famer Jack McClellan.
Yep.
And then it was Nikki Limo.
Nikki and Limo and Caitlin Komeski.
Yep, from the Ace Holes podcast. So that was 5. And then I think we ended up getting Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was the day before he had his baby.
Yeah.
So very fortuitous timing there. Then we had Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi.
Yep.
And then we had Masato or Joey Ingram.
Joey Ingram.
And then Masato. And just last Friday, Daniel Negreanu.
I mean, we could do better.
I like it's a good mix.
It's a pretty good list, though.
Yeah, pretty good list, pretty good mix.
That was a great list. Holy shit, that was a fantastic list. Gabriel says, one thing you got going for you is only live poker going on at this time. I don't know what that means, but thanks, Gabriel.
I think he's probably suggesting that any major online tournaments, it's not prime time for those. So not a lot of other streams, people playing and streaming big poker tournaments and things. It is Sunday for 10 more minutes. Sunday majors probably all wrapped up in other parts of the world. So certainly good news for us. We got a raid earlier. Remember? Kyle Anderson
Oh, I remember. Oh, yeah.
raided
Twitch.
us.
Oh, yeah.
I missed the raids. I forgot that's a thing. Whoa, what was that, Jesse? Oh my goodness, it sounds like it was an elimination finally at the other table.
Maybe.
I can tell you right now that the blinds have just went up. 100,000, 200,000 in the big, 200 in the big blinds. It was a elimination in 16th place. Our friend who got moved.
Yeah.
From the feature table, Carl Manuchakian. Remember, he was wearing the steer. Thought about the steakhouse. I think our hopes of going to the steakhouse are out the door, Jesse.
So if that was a knockout, which I believe it was, I mean that Carl will take home the last 4-digit payout. It's guaranteed $9,795 going to Carl Manuchakian. 15 players would remain, so we'll wait till that updates on the screen. $12,360. That's what everyone's guaranteed.
Speaking of steaks, I had a good steak last night at our team dinner at that restaurant in Paris.
Yeah,
It was a filet.
Monamigabi was a great restaurant, absolutely.
I was very, very impressed.
Jack 8 versus Jack 9 here. Now it looks like I see a 9. 9-6 queen. 2 spades.
Gut shot, though, for Johnny. One of the 10s was folded pre-flop. Earlier today, I talked to, I think it was Aaron, about the bad beat that the players had suffered here today. It being day 2 on a Sunday, meaning the Chick-fil-A here at the Golden Nugget is unfortunately closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely horrible.
I think that's probably the biggest complaints about the PokerNews Cup this year, is that
Chick-fil-A closed.
Chick-fil-A was closed on day 2.
Wow. Kyle bets and will take it down. Pierce is our short stack with 7 bigs, 1.4 million. Vid and Forrest are tied for top stack, 30 bigs, just over 6. There's Forrest now, returning to the table. Umberto with a 10 deuce, Doyle Brunson. Oh, Chad, did you hear about what, I don't know if you heard, but at the end of the Doyle Memorial, they said they wanted to make October 2nd Doyle Brunson Day and make a day, an official poker holiday, and a day for everyone to celebrate poker and go out and play and everything. Did you hear about that at all?
I did not, but I kind of like the idea.
Yeah, they made a big push at the end of the ceremony. Brian Balsba and got everyone to agree to it, and yeah. Makes total sense. We gotta memorialize Doyle some way that is a lasting thing. So I love it.
Doyle used to play here at the Golden Nugget back on season 1 of High Stakes Poker, which was filmed here. A little piece of poker history trivia for you.
Then it moved down to what, South Point?
Yep, it was at South Point for many years.
And now it takes place at
Poker Go Studio.
at the fabulous Aria Resort and Hotel. People still say it, Resort and Hotel, or is that like more like a Wheel of Fortune or Price is Right sort of thing? That they say?
Yeah, I think it's just internal marketing, or you want to talk about it in a commercial.
Chad, do you have a Red Bull?
No, I need a Red Bull, and I learned that the Red Bulls here aren't complimentary like they are elsewhere. In fact, they might cost $5 here, and the man has to have principles.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a shame.
I mean, it's almost midnight. If I had a Red Bull right now, I might not get to sleep until the final,
Until the final table starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Man. I can have a Red Bull.
Folds around to vid in the small blind. Going to put in a raise. Kirk in the big blind. Going to look down at a measly deuce 3 and toss it straight into the muck. There you see Pierce, 7 bigs. Bunch of people mixed up in the middle there between 13 and 18 bigs. A 50,000 bounty is still out there, up for grabs. As we said, a lot of these players are holding on to their bounty chips. You can see Pierce has, looks like maybe 4 or 5 in front of him. I've heard that Tim Garles has like 8 waiting to redeem. Vid on the button, raising, min raise, 400,000, the price of poker. Getting expensive. We do not know what he has. Raise does take it down for Vid on the button, and it's on to the next hand.
What is this, a pre-shuffle deck?
Sounds like some more excitement out at the outer table.
They want me out of here.
Like, fuck it, bring in the other day.
Saw how long this table started and this one cooled down.
Right, for sure. There was so much action just when we first started.
From 27.
And then all of a sudden just stall, like, slowed down. Put on 16.
All right, looks like we're getting shuffle, and we'll see some cards here in just a second.
We gotta play until what, 4 in the morning just to get the fuck out of here? Still alive?
All right. 16 players remain. Or no, 15, right? I said 15. We did lose Carl. Pearson the gun with, I'm sorry, under gun +1 with ace deuce. We'll let go over to Umberto over there in the 8 seat. Off to the right of the dealer. Lets it go as well. Around to Johnny in the 1 seat with King 6 offsuit. No thanks. Vid with 7 million though, so nice. What a big Google stack. Cut off with Queen 6 suited. This here is what it looks like to have a big stack. Makes it 400 or more. I think 400. That's right, blinds went up 100, 200. Okay. Kyle with 10-7 suited may want to call here since he's already in for 1 big. Yeah, he will continue. All right, heads up to a flop. 10-7 spades for Kyle versus the Queen 6 diamonds for Vid. Oh, 2 spades. Ace, King 9, nobody pairs. Kyle, big line. We'll check his flush draw. Vid goes for what looks like maybe 350. Yeah, a little less than 2 bigs. the last thing he wants to see is Kyle not immediately fold. That ace king 9 out there. Vid only having queen high. You don't want to see any pause here. But it is just a flat. Queen of hearts on the turn. Of course, will pair Vid, who was ahead. Gives Kyle not only the flush draw, but also a gut shot straight draw. Hey menu team over there on, was that YouTube? Your question, how does it display the hands before they've even been dealt? So, occasionally what will happen when you're making a broadcast like this with all the different layers to it, occasionally the video will be a little bit behind the graphics when it's on a delay, right? All this happened 30 minutes ago. So this video has been waiting to go through, but sometimes you'll see this and it's obviously, you know, what this is stuff that we've had in the computer for 30 minutes waiting. So occasionally I think what will happen is the video size will just kind of cause it to kind of.
The other thing with RFID tables too, in my experience with the MSPT, is that sometimes if you know, like you might see it here in a situation where action is still under the gun, but we're seeing the cards from the guy from the big blind because he's put them on the sensor, or they've come close to the sensor or across the sensor. I don't know if that answers the question. I was kind of zoned out there for a minute, but
what we saw, I think we saw some cards come up before the hand had been finished dealt. It's like, how do we know that? I saw one earlier with pocket threes. 6 of hearts on the river means no flush or straight for Kyle. The queen 6 2 pair. Runner 2 pair for Vid will be the best hand, but let's see what happens here. But honestly, Gabriel, it's hard to know exactly what it is, but it typically is caused by just that 30-minute delay. Or the table.
it's time to check in for my flight, Jesse.
Oh,
24
no.
hours in advance.
Oh my gosh. Midnight tomorrow?
11:53.
Ah.
A red eye. I don't know if I've ever taken a red eye before.
Vid thinking about what to do here with his 2 pair after a check from Kyle. It does look a check back. Shows the queen and the 6. Better than no pair.
There you go, bud. You got pay jump.
I wasn't worried about that.
What do you mean you been up walking fucking nervous since goddamn you're a wreck?
Ace.
Goddamn wreck.
Oh, what are these guys doing?
It's the most excitement we've seen in quite some time.
No joke, man.
It's like ace 9 versus jacks. Ace 9. It's 2 of them.
Jack.
Ace 6?
Hey, thank you more respect. Thanks, buddy. I will have a talk with our team tomorrow about our final table coverage that starts at 2:30 p.m. Pacific. And we'll probably try to do that for tomorrow's final table. Chad and I are too tired to make any changes tonight. The only change we're going to make is our location once the table is done, so we can go to sleep. I'll be going home.
Yeah, bro. And he's tanking and he's watching the other table and shit. Hold on. A few more seconds. So I wasn't worried about that. Yeah.
I appreciate Gabriel over there on YouTube with your ideas here. We're not going to restart the stream. Not at this point. I know what you're thinking. But don't worry. We're getting close. We're closing in 6 away from that 9-handed final table, which when we'll pause this and come back tomorrow. Josh Jetsky says, "Go Pierce, double up, yo. Do it for Meowski. One time." For like, it looks like 9 E's on one time, Chad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's a lot of E's, bro. Chad over to my left, setting what looked like about 25 alarms to wake up tomorrow morning.
I have to set, like, I have to stagger them because my snooze is like 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And so I have to just do a bunch of work.
I do the same thing, dude. No, you're good. If you ever, I've been doing it lately. I've been just like passed out before I even turn my alarms on. That's been not fun. But my routine keeps me like waking up at like 7 or 8 a.m. without even an alarm.
It happens as we get older.
And with fucking kids. Those effing kids.
We should change our alarms to the theme song of the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. The Chad and Jesse Poker Show.
Oh, my wife would murder me.
My alarm is the theme song to the 1997 cult classic X-Men the Animated Series.
Oh, what happened when that new season's supposed to come out?
It's still coming down the pipeline at Disney Plus, I hear.
Come on. Too much time to wait. I was so excited for a while, and then it's like, I don't care anymore.
Maybe we should design a poker button, like the PokerNews button there, that somebody at the table, when there's a huge hand that we need to report, they can press it and it signals our reporters.
Like a bat,
like a bat signal, but for poker hands.
Oh.
But I'm going to be honest with you, I just don't trust that people would be responsible. Everybody, Alan Kessler would be hitting it every other hand.
Right.
We do have an all-in here. On the button, Kyle, 2.5 million. Do not know his holdings, but we do know that Pierce has 8-7 in the big and is going to give it up. Pierce now down to just 5 big blinds.
So true, so true. Chad, are there any more movies this summer that you're looking forward to?
I do want to see the new one with Jennifer Lawrence that's actually out now.
Oh yeah.
I think that looks pretty funny. Oppenheimer, I think looks fantastic, about the making of the new nuclear bomb with by Christopher Nolan. I think that looks pretty good.
Dalla?
There's a couple. My friend asked me, Danny Maxwell, famed poker photographer, asked me, I think, what's the next superhero movie that comes out?
Blue Beetle.
Oh, I mean,
that reaction. Or what? The Marvels? Is that,
yeah,
is
the
that
Marvels.
This summer? Is
That looks
that's until the fall. Though,
yeah, I think the fall. I need to watch the new Secret Invasion episode. I fell behind.
Not really.
I like the first one. We're getting off track. They came here for poker.
They did, didn't they? All of it, he says.
folds to Tim Garles on the button. He looks down at the ace-4. I wonder, did he just maybe look down at an ace and says, I'm going for it? Or did he look at them both? Sometimes I do that. Look at one card.
And say, can I fold any ace on the button? I don't think so.
Well, he jams it in there, and you can see the stacks there. Vid is sitting all right. Forrest and Tim, the only other players above 20 bigs. A log jam there of people sitting between 13 and 18 bigs, and then we have Pierce on the small stack, just 5 big blinds.
Oh, we're 8. This guy, take him. That will be 8 and 6. Take the German pro. You're not German? Where are you from again?
Do you hear this conversation? Are you a German pro? It's so good.
Don't pull the 50.
I love
Drop
it.
it.
Do not pull the
That
50.
was a 50. I'm picking that one up.
These guys are great. This table's waking up a little bit, Chad.
The clock has ticked over to Monday. They know Chick-fil-A is going to be open soon.
No, don't do that.
I guarantee you, if Chick-fil-A was open, you and I would be going there before we leave.
I mean, there's still a chance that that's how this day moves. And what, it opens at like 4:30? Got 14 players left, Chad. I would not say no to a chicken biscuit.
What's the next break? 50 minutes?
Has there ever been a poker tournament, Chad, that had a dinner break and also a breakfast break?
I don't know about that, but I like the sound of it.
I mean,
What the hell's going on over there?
uh-oh. Unfortunately, our camera doesn't have the ability to turn so we can see what the hell is going on over there. But whatever it is, don't worry. If it's real crazy, it'll be on PokerNews.com tomorrow. Oh, we lost another player there. They're evening the tables out. Down to 14 on the screen, Chad Holloway. Whoa.
What's happening? Something at the outer table.
All right, let's look at some numbers here. So we lost Clement Carrion in 15th place for 12,360, and we already knew about Carl. So yeah, 14 players remain. That's what she said. I heard a joke. Heard an office joke.
How much is that?
Tim wants to know what's going on. He's got all these bounty chips. He wants to know if that 50K is still available. Pierce, too. Pierce saying, I've got some I need to redeem.
These guys are great, man. I'm really enjoying them.
It's like a game of chicken. Wait, you're going to go redeem some? I'm going to come redeem some.
Look at Forrest with Ace Queen. He's just like, is there anyone who's going to be here to call my rates?
There's nothing more demoralizing when you have a strong hand in poker and everybody else is just disinterested and engaging.
I'm going to go over there. Everything left is a 1K, but the 50 is what I just heard. Whoa.
That is quite polarizing range.
No joke when it comes to those bounties, man.
It'll be interesting to see if the 50K holds on for the final table. It would really add a whole new element to play.
No question. But also, no matter what, congratulations to whoever takes it home. If you bust before the final table, that's one way to not have a frown on your face as you get in the car.
It'd just be so much more exciting if there's a 50K bounty element tomorrow.
Oh, 100%.
Whereas if it's just 1,000 no matter what, that takes away a lot of the excitement and suspense. It should be a good final table either way, but 50K.
I mean, if they all get a 1K, maybe they will do like what you said before, where they all just say, hey, let's chop the bounties. And I mean, 1K each just really doesn't move the needle. But who knows? We'll see. Who knows? We'll see. That 50K is so juicy.
Johnny on the button, going to look down at pocket tens.
Pocket tens for Johnny here on the button. Forced with the queen deuce off in the big blind. Just has to spend one more big if he wants to defend. But no thanks, he says. Nah, take that. Vid is our chip leader at this table. 44 bigs, 8.8 million. Pierce, our shorty, 4 bigs. Just under $1 million. Just under. My name's Jesse, Fullen from Poker News. My pal Chad Holloway just had to step away for a second. We are having a great time. So glad you're watching with us on Twitch and YouTube, or in the replay. It's been a blast. Pocket sixes for Umberto on the hijack. Considering a fold flat or maybe an open. Oh, here we go. He says all of it. Everything. Okay. Pocket sixes for hijack. Is good. Umberto takes it down. Those are our 9 players. 9? Do we have 9 at this table? No. Those are like the top 9 stacks, maybe. All right. Oh, Pierce with the pocket rockets. Under the gun.
What a spot, right? You have been playing patient as the short stack. You're about to get slapped in the face with the big blind and the big blind ante.
Yep.
And you look down at pocket aces. A dream spot.
I mean.
Know that you're almost always going to get called with the bounty aspect. With it looking just, I mean, his range is so wide here, being the short stack, shoving under the gun. And look at here, Johnny in the hijack with pocket sevens. Reaching for some chips. Gonna make the call. Kirk 5-3, likely to send it to the muck. Indeed he does. Forrest with King Jack. He says no thank you. Kyle, 9 deuce, gonna get out of there.
What's page up? 13?
Tim in the big blind, King 8, can't imagine he's coming along. I think we're gonna have aces of Pierce versus Johnny's pocket sevens. Pierce will be in prime shape to double up.
Pierce left behind 125K to make sure he wasn't all in.
Oh, and now he's checking dark. Yeah, he did leave it. So not quite all in. It's going to get in there some way, somehow.
He was asking about the page jump timing.
Ace is still well out in head. Johnny doesn't get there, but is he going to bet it? He does bet it, and they get the chips in.
Is that good?
He says he looked at 1.
Oh my God!
Oh, maybe he really did.
Oh!
A 7 though on the turn.
I didn't mean to sell it, bro. I wasn't trying to sell it. All right, here you go.
Wow. Wow, the slow roll. Early, he says he'll
Yeah, he says, and I believe him. He's under the gun. You're the short stack. You look down at an ace. I'd shove it too.
Yeah.
And then to wake up with aces, get excited, only to get the 7 from heaven, crushing your dreams. Wow, what a hand! A little adrenaline boost there late in the night here.
No shit, man.
So Pierce was hanging on for quite some time there, but ends up buying out in 13th place for $12,360. Jesse, that brings us down to the final 12 players, meaning we just got to lose 3 more before the final table is set.
There's a chance this happens tonight, Chad. I mean, it's the morning, but maybe.
Like I told you last night, with all the players coming back, 292, I thought this had a chance of going into the wee morning hours.
Like we're sun-up.
Yeah,
right?
like a sun-up type situation.
Yeah, I've seen those spots, yep.
Yeah, but we're certainly much further along than I would have anticipated. And look, when it's 12 players left, that means there's 2 tables of 6. It's short-handed, and the pace of play does pick up compared to when it's 9-handed, because you're getting hit with the big blinds every 6 hands instead of every 9. And so there is a chance that we get to this final table sooner than later.
Very true, very true. You know what's crazy is last year we had the same plan, 3 starting days, at day 2, and then of course the day 3 final table. But it was half the field, and we just didn't change it. You know, we didn't think the mystery round would make this big of a difference. Do we? What do we do next year, Chad? If we hit these numbers again, do we continue to have this sort of plan, or do we potentially go for a full day 3?
Yeah, it's likely that we wouldn't be able to reach the final table at the end of day 2. We'd have to come back with more players on day 3 and maybe not start the final table till later on.
Yeah.
And all in here from Kirk in the hijack after Johnny had raised under the gun to 400,000. See if Johnny wants to try to collect another bounty. I think King 9 suited. It's worth opening, but when you get popped like this, especially from the next player to act, it shrinks up real quick.
Yep. Matt Moore on YouTube says, always coming 7. That's very true. Always. 7 always coming. And Sons and 4, the bad beats have been crazy today. Good run, Pierce. Yeah, man. Pierce really, like, how,
8 in the morning.
what a crazy river card. Or turn card, I mean. What a crazy turn card. Blinds are up, it sounds like.
Yeah, no, filming, yeah. Yeah, filming.
Pete Robo, what's up in Twitch chat, Pete?
It's okay.
Morning from the UK. A great turnout this year. No kidding, buddy. These numbers.
Yeah. Please.
Insane numbers, buddy. Insane numbers. Josh Jetski. Sons and 4 in the chat. That's right. That's right. We got YouTube chat. We got Twitch chat. I got Chad. That's it. Forrest with the King Queen suited here, Chad Holloway.
In the hijack, definitely going to come in with a raise.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, the price of poker went up. 150,000 in the small blind, 300,000 in the big, and a 300,000 big blind ante. The price of poker has gotten pretty steep here.
That's how it goes. For ace. Nobody improves, but that ace on the board could slow down any movement from a. I don't know, actually, with Forrest in late position, he may not slow down at all here. Yeah, looks like he's putting out there 300K. One little big blind. Oh, 400, I'm sorry. Takes it down. Chad's been a blast. Hang out with you tonight, buddy.
It has been a lot of fun. Honestly, it's going on a long night, 12 hours almost of streaming, but it did go by pretty quick. A big thank you to Nathan Gamble, two-time WSOP bracelet winner that joined me. 888 Poker Ambassador Aaron Baroni. They took some time out of their busy schedule to come and commentate. Aaron, having played this and made day 2, didn't get any bounties, but he said he had a blast. It was only his 4th ever live tournament. He's an online pro for 15 years, based out of Vancouver, but coming down and trying his hand at some tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, if you will. I'm sure he's played a lot of dailies and whatnot, but...
Oh, sure. All right, just so you guys know, there is no longer a pay jump, right? Yeah, with 12 left. We had our pay jump from 12,360 to 15,995. And the way this is going to go, we're going to lose a 12th, 11th, and a 10th place tonight before we wrap things up. We will restart tomorrow, final table, at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time on the stream. 9-handed, playing for the win, for the trophy. So, yeah, no more pay jumps, nothing else. Appreciate y'all tuning in, hanging out with us on both YouTube and Twitch. Oh, man. These players have had a long day. Pretty sure day 1C, if they were in that field, wrapped up around 10:30 at night on Saturday. Play start today at 12 noon. And here we are, just over 12 hours later, 12:30 p.m. Oh, 12 in the morning, rather. Nine of hearts on the turn gives Kirk a up and down straight draw, and Johnny a pair of nines. King queen is enough to maybe.
Say it's an up and down straight draw, but a 10 would be no good for Kirk.
That's true. You got shot straight draw. You're absolutely right.
You would need a 5
But Kirk doesn't
to make the best hand, but you don't necessarily need the best hand to win. You can always bluff at it, and that is what he's doing here. Could say a semi-bluff because, as you said, it is, in his mind, an open-ended straight draw.
Right.
We, of course, know a 10 would be no good.
Hero asks, any karaoke this series, Jesse? There was a little karaoke, wasn't there, Chad? There was a little bit of karaoke.
I think early on, but it has been a while.
Very early this summer. Oh, Johnny does call.
Ooh, it was close to the 5 that Kirk needed, but one too small.
One pip. 4 clubs, no good. Johnny has the best hand, but will it make it through?
An interesting blind on blind hand here. It was just limp, check the flop, and then check call 425, and now it returns to check. Kirk just waves the white flag. Johnny gonna take that one down.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. All right, Chad Holloway, if this ends in the next, let's say, hour before, what time you said? 4 hours, right? We'll log out.
Yeah, I think so far the under is hitting. It looks like our colleague Mark Papato making a deep run in a daily tournament deep stack over there at the World Series of Poker. He's been playing for just as long as these players have for the most part.
No joke, man. Good lord. That's awesome. What's oh, that's so sick.
I'm gonna find out what he stands to win because those
aren't usually too small.
Exactly.
Yeah, those daily deep stacks at WSP can be pretty crazy. Tim with the queen 6. Let's go. Umberto pump faked with his 8 deuce, but he does let go. Johnny on the button with the ace 6 offsuit. 5 million behind. He's pondering. Looks like a raise to 600K. Over to Forrest. Forrest with the 4-3 in the big blind. Does make the call. 10-7-4, 2 spades. Forrest flops a pair of 4s, but it is bottom pair here. Bottom pair and first to act. Checks over to Johnny on the button.
We lose somebody over
Oh,
there?
it wasn't a check. It was not a check. It looked like
Are they five-handed or
bet of
six-handed?
450,000.
Are they five-handed?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a mistake. We're dialing back 450K from Forrest over to Johnny on the button. Let's go. Let's go. Yeehaw. So apparently Mark is playing for around 11K, but he's super short. Fingers crossed, though. Papato. All right, I got 2 short stacks. Kirk and Humberto with 7 bigs.
Hurry up and take 2 people out.
We were just 3 away from a final table, everybody. Some of this table could be our big winner tomorrow, taking home over $200,000 and the trophy. I believe the 50K bounty is still in play as well. Pocket 8s for Johnny in the cutoff, but we're in for Humberto with the queen deuce to let go, and then over to the 1 seat, just to the left of the dealer. Johnny opened last hand, had to let go. But he just had an ace rack. Now he's got pocket 8s. He goes for the same open, 600,000. That's a min raise. Over to Kirk with an ace 6 and just 2.3 million. Sitting with well under 10 bigs and an ace. Let's it go. All right, we can tell what's going to happen here. We can put this puzzle together. 7-4 releases. Kyle with a 9-5. While he's only got 1 big, he says no thank you. Pete Robo says, hey, Poker News, who's been your favorite guest so far on the Chad and Jesse Poker Show? Thanks, buddy. Hard to pick, man. We've had 10 great guests. How do you not say just Dan Legranu, our most recent on episode 10? Ty Stewart was a wonderful way to start the whole show that Chad and I put together. I mean, Lon McCarron, his stories were great. I think I'm gonna have to go with Jack McClellan. I think that was episode 4 when we had Hall of Famer Jack McClellan. He is the former tournament director for the World Series back in the 80s and the 90s. He just has so many stories, man. He helped create the very first WSOP computer game. It came out, I think, around 96, 92, 93, somewhere around there. And it's just a horror story. They put so much money and effort into it, and they could not make $1 from it. And the story he tells around it about the artist just gambling and drinking all night, and they were fighting again to actually put the game together. It's just hilarious. Yeah. Oh, we got an all in from Humberto. Ace-6 suited. Pushes his bounty chip forward, which means you are putting everything at risk. Just 2.1 million. It's about 7 bigs. 7 or 8 bigs. Yeah, it's 7, just over 7. Forrest with the King-9 of spades on the button, last to act. I mean, he is thinking about it here. We're down to 11 on the screen, by the way. We lost one at the other table.
I see we lost one, Jesse, since I stepped out quickly.
That's right. It was John Adderley finishing 12th, taking home $15,995 at our outer table. So you say one of our outer tables. Forrest still pondering here from the button with the King-9 suited. He's all in. Fold through small blind. Tim wakes up with Queen Jack suited. 3 million. I mean, dude. Oh. Okay, only one bounty chip is up for grabs, but he does throw away his cards. Ace-6 turns over. King-9 turns over. Let's see what we got here. Umberto is currently in the lead with the ace. Ace.
He pairs the ace, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's far from out of the woods. Spade draw, now an up and down straight draw. The dealer's going quick, but wow. Umberto fades it all.
My goodness. That was so fast.
The dealer's like, I'm tired too. I want to get out here. Forget the suspense.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at that. The big stack, 29 bigs. Everybody else, 17 bigs or lower.
Man. 2,331 runners, y'all. And we just lost another player from the outer table. We're down to the final 10.
Wow, we did lose Vasco Batista in 11th place. Ended up getting it all in pre-flop for $4 million with 10-9 suited. Vid Zager woke up with ace-5 and called, and that ace-high ended up winning.
C. Gregory 7 on Twitch chat says, we need a shot clock. I don't know about that for this tournament, buddy. This is just an $1,100 buy-in. I don't think I've ever seen an $1,100 buy-in or a 1K with a shot clock, chat. Have you?
No.
Yeah. I've seen 10Ks. I've seen much higher, of course, tried and stuff like that. What's the smallest one at WCP?
With the shot clock?
Yeah.
Probably a 5K, I would imagine. Maybe more. Probably more.
Yeah, I think it's more than that even. Yeah. No, I appreciate Gregory. I mean, I love shot clocks, and I think Chad's on the same page as me. But, yeah, I don't think that's what they're going to do here. All right, we are 5-handed. They had to restructure the table, so it's 5 on each. Ace, queen, ace, 10. Oh, my goodness, dude. Buckle up. Oh, thank you, Richard. That is what the problem is. You're right.
What's that?
The chip graphic continues to show vid. He's not at this table. We keep seeing vid's chip stack.
Gotcha. Well, the good news is that we're going to lose one more player. Tomorrow will be the final table. It will all be sorted. No more players being moved in and out.
That's right, dude. That is right.
And it could be. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Kirk under the gun, jamming 2.3 million with ace, queen offsuit, and Forrest with an ace of his own next to act. Thinking about it. Behind him, Kyle with an ace as well. I'm going to take another look at him.
I think we're going to see a release here.
Yeah, that's what it looked like there. I
Right?
thought that was happening, but
No, he continues to consider this.
I mean, it is for essentially half his remaining stack.
Yeah.
It would be a heck of a gamble.
Man.
As
That-
we
that-
can see, he is dominated.
If that 50K bounty weren't in play, I don't think he'd consider this. Right? I mean, but he's got plenty of bounty chips already that he's just hold on to. Oh, what are we doing here?
I thought it was going to be a release. But now,
Maybe not.
yeah, I mean, if he's giving it this much thought, something's going through his mind.
What's up, Ed K in Twitch chat? What's up, dude?
Oh, he's going to go all
shit.
in.
Whoa. What did he say? What did he say?
Tim asked
All
if
those
he knocks him out.
bounties?
Yeah, do I win all those bounties too? Wow, what an interesting. I did not think that was going to happen.
Yeah, no kidding.
But he's not going to like it. Looks like everyone else is going to fold here.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny in the big line, not much of anything. And Kirk going to like it. He is going to be a big favorite, 72% with his superior ace.
Remember, we're one away.
Oh!
What in the world?
Ace 10 gets there with 2 pair, and Kirk, 1 card away from elimination. He's going to need to hit the river. He does not. So just like that, Jesse, we are done. We're down to 9 players with that bad beat. Forrest Raleigh going to get the knockout here. And it sounds like the other table just got the good news.
That's right. That's right.
Wow, look at this. Just like that. And Forrest Raleigh collecting that bounty. He's got a stack now.
All right, we are all done, everybody. 9-handed. Let's go through the chip counts, Chad. Our chip leader is Felipe Oliveri with 30.8 million.
Wow, that is a huge stack. I think there's like
Yeah.
72 million in play. He's almost got half the chips in play.
30 million for Felipe. Vid Cigar is second with 12.2. Forrest Raleigh, 7.8 million in third. Umberto with 5 million in fourth. Johnny Kelly with 4 million. Eduardo with 3 million. Tim with 2.9. Kunal Patney with 2.6. And our short stack is Kyle Gross with 1.7 million. Holy mackerel, 30 million. That's nearly half the chips in play. That is insanity.
It is going to be an exciting final table given the chip distribution, given a huge chip leader, and given the fact that there is still a $50,000 bounty still in play. That is essentially fifth place money right there. And with the way the stacks are, I think this is going to be, it's making for a great final table tomorrow, Jesse.
Absolutely. Our top prize tomorrow is $218,605. We will be back tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Pacific for final table coverage, day 3 of the very amazing, successful 2,331 player field, by the way. $1,100 buy-in, mystery bounty. There's still a $50,000 mystery bounty.
I know. It adds
Holy
a whole
shit.
different
Holy
dynamic
shit.
to this final table.
Dude.
It's not to be missed. As you said, 2:30 p.m. local time. These players are going to get about 12 hours of rest and
That's
then be
right.
back to battle for the 2023 PokerNews Cup title.
We'll see you guys tomorrow on Twitch or YouTube. See you tomorrow. Peace.